Yeah, spot on. Well, good morning. Monday, the 8th of December, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Making sure everything is working here this morning. Seems to be fine. Okay. Oh, I got it. There we go. I was listening to something different yesterday. This is my virtual trading journal. It's live. I trade live via AMP futures from Bookmap. This is my personal funded account, funded with my money, not a prop firm. So there's that, but I'm not obviously, well, I guess it's not obvious, but I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice. And, I'm sure if you're not already aware, I hope that you are aware that trading futures and equities and anything else can be extremely risky, and you can lose all or more of what you put in your account, depending on your risk management. Again, however, this is a live trading stream. Any trades that I take are live setups, fully discussed, because this is my trading journal. I do this because I don't multitask well, and I wanted to stay focused on the market and not be screen snapping and typing and all the things required for a journal, which is important. I believe journaling is very important. And so I came up with this idea, and I like it a lot. You can see anything on my screens is captured in the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking, and that's how it works. I stream 1440p, so if it's not crystal clear on your side, click the gear icon on YouTube and select high def 1440p. I'm not monetized in any way. I'm in it for as far as YouTube's concerned, likes and subs is super. That would be a big help, and contribute, drop anything you feel like saying into the chat. That's a big plus. So let's get on with the typical stream. Every morning I start at 8 o'clock in the morning with this pre-market, and it goes until the stream is live and continuous until 1500, which is the cash close every day. So let's look at the stream. Well, first of all, this is Bookmap, which is my execution platform. This is IRT, investor.com, right there. Investor RT, I'm sorry, and it's Linsoft. Let's look at the numbers today. This is investing.com. It's my first news source, and I've used this one for 10 or more years. This is the format that I prefer. First, it only reflects active financial, normal financial reports and schedules. And I like this format for screen capturing and putting into Discord or wherever else it is. This is free. Obviously, there's ads. You can filter it for whatever you want, time zone, wherever. If you're in Eastern Europe and you only want to follow the DAX, there you go. You can do it right here. It also has earnings and holidays and dividends, and we got Oracle coming up this Wednesday, which is going to be a big day in terms of reporting. The second financial report news service that I follow is much more recent, within the last couple of years, is Financial Juice. It has a similar docket feature or calendar feature over here, except that, for example, Trump participates in a roundtable, or these kinds of things which are not typically accepted as normal financial reports or part of the financial world schedule are put in here as they occur. And that's a big help, because that's a risk nowadays that we didn't used to have, a risk to the auction. He's going to participate in a round. For example, Trump, he's going to participate in a round table. Who knows what he's going to say? It may be all benign, and it's perfectly fine that that's what he does. That's great. The problem from our side as traders is, what impact is some random comment going to have on the market, on our auction? So there's that. The right side over here is more of a squawk box idea, where they, here's and this again is free. You can pay for either one of these that you want, and you can filter it however you like. Trump's gonna he's gonna be doing a one rule executive order this week on AI. So suddenly now, I guess, I don't know, but there you go. So those are the reporting, and that's how I do it. Let's move on now to the important part, more important in my opinion, which is the pre-market. Investor RT, in other words, real time, by Linsoft. This is a paid-for subscription, as is Bookmap. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ, micro ES, micro composite chart, and this is just the ES mini market profile. I also track the same exact layout in the minis. But since I'm at this moment trading the micros, and I'll explain why, as the day progresses, here we are. So this is a Renko chart. First of all, you can see at the top of my charts in the header, you can see everything, the instrument, type of chart, time frame or periodicity, and the session. And down here we have the micro composite. Now, the way this works is it is a regular trading session only, which is 8:30 to 1600 Central Standard Time. Any times that I refer to or that you see on my charts are Central Standard. These are daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. The most current microcomposite volume profile, I also activate these high and low volume nodes where you see these green and red lines in through here. They just mark the high and the low of this most current or most recent microcomposite volume profile. Those nodes pushed to Bookmap, as do the session prices. Really low volume today, 107,000 contracts on the ES since the open last night. Since 1700 last night, 106,000 contracts so far on the micro. Wow. Let's look at that volume. I don't usually do this so quickly, but holy shit. 47% volume compared to this time normally average. And the ATR is 2 ticks. So be real careful today. So let's look at the Bookmap. Well, first of all, this is the dome, the price ladder, whatever you want to call it, the book, order book. These are the prices. These are the resting liquidity. Whether they'll trade out when price, if and when price gets there, that who knows, right? This is the micro composite column where I manually enter the volume or the values from the micro composite chart in IRT. And this is the high and low volume nodes, which let's see something here. Let's see if we see a few of them. There's some, right? There's some down here, right? Okay. And that brings us to the full session volume profile, which is right here. This is essentially Globex. It started plotting last night at 1700, and it will continue through today at 1600. So it's not the ETH, it's the Globex or the full session, whatever you want to call it. RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30, fingers crossed. And this is my notes column where I enter the open type for today in the title. I changed the title, and then I put the statistics of migrating volume points of control, etc., here, which with their associated price levels based on the open type. We'll do that in a second. And this is the IRT session prices, which push automatically to Bookmap from IRT, and I share these levels if it's convenient for you or handy for you, or you might use them. Just like, subscribe, and put something in the chat, and I'll share these with you freely, no problem. I start pushing them these start being published at 1700 Sunday night and go continuously through 1600 on Friday, live. You notice that there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT, only price. Hi, Panda. Only price and probabilities. There's a POC for the full session and for the RTH, which is down below us. The full session is kind of a muted yellow, and the RTH is a more bright yellow. POC is just the point at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Yes, there's a yellow line that just follows where that moves. But right now at 88.75 is the overnight volume point of control, 3,432 contracts. The very split seconds that any one of these prices trades 3,433 contracts, that yellow line will move there, just as it did right here. No problem. Here is a RTH VWAP, and there's a regular trading session VWAP down there. There's the mid for the RTH, and then there are the price lines. Period. Straightforward. Now, two of these flags or two of these levels, which can be confusing to some people, are the initial balance low and high, which are, because of the name, initial balance. What's that? Well, it's an old market profile idea. But in reality, this low and the high, which is up here, only represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. They continue to move up with price or down with price in the first 1 hour, and at 9:30 they don't move anymore. Boop, that's it. And then the initial balance statistic becomes active. All right, let's look at how to determine the open. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Down there. It's higher than the close. Huh? How would that price compare to or relate with the previous RTH range? Well, the range is up, the high is up there someplace, and the low is down below us someplace, so it's in range. So it's higher in range, same as Friday. That's the open type. I don't need to change that column title. You do that like this. That's how you change it, okay? The reason I change the column title every day, when I make a screen snap or refer to the stream, I can look at that title and know exactly what happened in the overnight and how we open compared to previous RTH. Gives me a lot of information. My thinking here is that I can have the data I need to trade on the hard right edge without scrolling in and out and up and down. So let's look at the statistics now. Oh, the next thing we got to do over here, of course, is clear the notes because today's a new day, isn't it? All right, let's look at the statistics. They come from IRT, this study right here. Okay. Now, conveniently, IRT highlights the correct open type in blue. Of course, we're lucky because it's the same open type as Friday. There it's highlighted. Otherwise, it would not be until 8:30 this morning. Another thing that IRT does here that's pretty handy, you notice how some of the text is blue and some of it's black? As price revisits these various levels, price levels, IRT changes the price from black to blue. These ones that are black were not revisited on Friday. It's that simple. So how does the study work? Real straightforward and clear based on probabilities. It's not as, this is how I do everything, how I approach the markets. If you want, hocus pocus and whatever, then this ain't it. So the study looks back at 1,633 trading days, the previous 1,633 trading days. Of those 1,633 days, we opened higher in range 501 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 408 times for 81.4%. Overnight volume point of control, 81.4. And that's all there is to it. Now I will just go down the list. Next on order of business is the overnight mid, 75. Overnight mid, 75.0. I think I got to go up a tick. Next one is overnight high, 74.9. I want to see one of the, there we go, IB high, 68.5. And I put the initials because, think about the definition, the very split second that we open this RTH session at 8:30, this flag is going to zoom down to the top, to the top of that range and continue to move up if price does, and the low will pull up to the bottom. That's how it works. It's the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So I want to know what happened up here at 68. Why in the hell is there a flag at 68.51? Oh, I got it, or 68.50. It was the IB high. Yeah. Okay. Previous value area high, well, that's 71.1, and that is right there. Value area high and low differ from developing value area high and low as follows. The developing, the D, indicates the current auction. Without it, the value area high and low indicates the previous auction. And once we open, I change the IRT charting to full session only, RTH session only, so the value area high and low represent previous RTH auction, and the developing reflect the current one. Previous close, 70.1. I'm telling you, take a deep breath, don't drink so much coffee, whatever. This volume is so light, and boy, there's going to be a lot of people hammered this morning. 80.7 is the IB low. Be real careful. What else we got along here? Value area low, 59.9. Boom. And where's the overnight? Oh, there we go. 49.9. Well, this is pretty cute. That's got to be quite a few numbers there, isn't it? Okay, so there we have how I set the statistics. We've determined the open type. We know what our columns are. I'll be right back. So yeah, the Traders Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room run by Tom B. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. It's a Discord room. He does trade. He does have a stream from about 10:30 to noon, I think, and but it's basically a review of where you started before the pre-market and through the morning. So it's a rearview mirror approach, which can be very helpful and very explanatory for new traders. Let's move on past that before I get all confused here. Let's go to the be able to trade in Bookmap. I think that's important. So what we need to do is activate the trade control panel with this button. Select a method you will use to trade live with your mouse in the Bookmap application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the dome columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both of them. Next, I use the multi-brackets. Very handy tool, and this is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. The smallest contract or package size you can have is 2 contracts because they need to be, needs to be an even number. Package size 2. Then you need to determine the stop size for the package. And of course, the first requirement or the first metric that you need to analyze is your account risk parameters. And what's the trading environment for the instrument you're trading? What's the volatility of the market recently? You know what I mean? Those are the things that you need to assess to determine this package, and you need to have done this well before right now because the market's going to open in 5 minutes. After you've established this first parameters, the first risk neutral or T1 scale is automatic because it's for half of the package. It's for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. Then there's the runner, and you can do as many different things as you want to do. And there you go. And okay. Now we can trade. We know both. I don't need any of these tools anymore in the trade control panel. I know that it's the right package, and I know that I have all my metrics up here that are listed here, presented there. So I can just click that again. It stays active. It stays unlocked. I get my screen real estate back. I have cancel and close, and I have my metrics. Here we are, ready to trade. And we've got 3 minutes before the open. And I'm not sure what I forgot or didn't forget. I spent the weekend coding and making some changes in my back testing / forward testing stuff. So I'll be talking about that a lot this morning, and I'm real curious to see what the hell happened. I set it up to trade live. The next step I'm going to make is to have IRT trading the system live. That does not, the way I've been doing it so far is I monitor the system within IRT's dedicated simulator for signals, and I replicate or take those trades as they fire in IRT. I take them live in Bookmap. I'm trying to, I don't want IRT to run away and start firing off orders right, left, and center, and then I find myself upside down or blown up account. Obviously, this is my live account. Your first requirement or goal as a trader, mission, responsibility, pick a word, is to preserve your account and to grow it. I mean, isn't that the point? Exactly. This is not a prop thing where you just, Hail Mary or YOLO to get funded and then you blow up in a week because you have no freaking clue what you're doing. Okay, so we have Blue Boy here, which is just a vertical line that I slap on the first print every session. And that serves me that I can see the entire session context in view here on my heat map chart until I want to scroll in to act, to protest. If I anticipate participating, in other words, trading, then I can scroll in. And I'm real curious to see what's going to happen if this thing resets on time. I'm wondering if I forgot something. It seems like it. Well, we've got the 2-lot package, the numbers, the pre-market, boom, you know. It's real important for me to keep this timestamp and chapter markers up to date and current and accurate because, as I said earlier in the beginning of the pre-market, this stream lasts from 8 o'clock in the morning when I do the pre-market until 1500 in the afternoon. Well, who the hell is going to, I'm not going to watch and stand and listen to or pay attention to 7 hours of stream every day. I do that for transparency and accountability. There is no trade ever taken off the stream. Let's also look back here just as the overnight. What have we been doing overnight? Well, our inventory is about 80% long because here's the open and here's where we've been trading. We dipped down a little below it and now we're up here. And I would, just looking at the market and looking at the light volume, I would suspect that we will have an open auction. We're going to open within range, within value, and I suspect that the open auction is going to be the first kind of the market idea out of the gate. And there we have the open, and we reset. Well, isn't that amazing? Look at that. I'm over the moon here. Okay. Oh, hopefully I did that. There we are. Okay, there's our opening print. We'll get Blue Boy out here in a minute, but not going to get all excited yet. I now need to change my IRT to... what am I doing here? I need to change the IRT to the full session, and you do that like this right here, the day session. That's all there is to it. Now, this is Friday, and here's today. There's our open. Little bit above the close. So I don't know how to emphasize more. Be freaking careful today. Be cautious. Whatever it takes for you to be, you know, a big boy or girl, an adult, and not be clicking that mouse like you're killing snakes or something. This is a very light environment. Look at that, 133,000 contracts since last night at 1,700. Typically, this is pushing 500,000. So, here we are. I've now moved my... Okay, I'm going to save that bad boy. I hope. This is the plan. This is a micro. I also push the do the minis, of course. As I mentioned in the pre-market, that I share the session prices freely and openly with anybody that needs them. Happy to do that. And I do both. I do mini and micro, so if that would help you, let me know. I don't do the bookmap light crap or any of that noise, but anyway. Okay, here we are back. What have we done now? Well, we're trading down, I guess, aren't we? So here's our open. Let's slap his blueness over here. Boop. There we go. Close enough for government work. Again, I used to be real anal about keeping this at 5 minutes and tracking, you know, with these migrating volume point of control flags and all this stuff, which clutters up the column. And I've decided that it's more important for me, rather than to see where, you know, where this yellow line has moved after it's scrolled off the screen by looking at these flags, I keep Blue Boy on the job, and that's nothing more than a visual clue for me, or cue. When I look left, glance left, if I see that Blue Boy over there, I know I have the whole session in view in my chart, and that's what I want, because I can't stress enough the importance of aligning yourself and your brain and your trading, your anticipation to trade with context, the context of the session. Now, Context can happen on a lot of levels, okay? Here's our open today. What's the context of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days? 7 days. What's the context? 8, 9. What's the context? It's up, isn't it? Do you think shorten is a good idea maybe? Maybe if you want to align yourself with the context, higher time frame down to, minutes here. I think it's a good idea to align yourself, to stay aligned with context. And remember, this is just my stream. It's not my way or the highway. Hey, Antonio, bom dia. It's not my way or the highway. It's the way I'm approaching the market. And the only way I can get what I'm thinking at this moment into this recording and to my stream, i.e. my virtual trading journal, is my voiceover. All the videos captured, no problem. So the only way my thinking, which is the critical input to a journal, I believe, is the voiceover. So, I'm sure you're familiar with the mute button if you don't like hearing me talk. Okay, baby. Well, it reset. That's pretty damned amazing. There's our flags tracking the high and low, remember? What was 80.7? Well, it was either the mid, which is there, or it was the overnight high, which is gone, or overnight VWAP, which moved, or VPOC, which moved somewhere. There's 81. What was 80.7? Let's get over here and have a quick look. I forgot. Obviously, some of these values, this is a live data, live market. So some of these values are moving around. Unfortunately, nothing is 80.7. So fat finger me, 80, could it have been 70.7, 67 POC, no, above value area high, IV low, that was it. And you see why I screwed up, eh? I didn't eat my own dog food, IB low. Now, I know what was there, and it was this guy right here, and it's supposed to be 70.7, not 80. So I screwed that one up right, left, and center, eh? Oops. $60.6. Jesus, must have had my fingers out to lunch or some freaking thing. Sorry about that. Anyway, you got the point. There's the IB low. IB high was floating around here somewhere. And there we go. What are we doing here? Well, we're in a phenomenal 78 to 86. That's 8 handles range. 8 handles. And we're 3 minutes into a RTH session. So the way I try to roll here is I try to keep this thing at about a point high, if I can get it there. Come on, you son of a bitch. Sorry, son of a gun. It's so tight it doesn't want to do it. But boy, I wish there was a way to just hit this damn thing and have it work. There you go. Now that's 1 point high. And Blue Boy's on the job. So there you go. The reason I try to keep that scale like this is so that my sense of scale is consistent. And Bookmap you can get all over the board with Bookmap. You can get screwed in so tight you're in nanoseconds, and I don't know how that works. I'm sure it works good for somebody. That isn't me. All right, what have I done wrong? Right, upside down, something else? I don't know. Light volume, caution, caution, caution. Grasshopper. Here's our RTH. The flags I was talking about are, I'll just show you what it would have looked like. So there's one, boom. I still am not, the jury's kind of out on these things, but I used to be real diligent about this. What does that tell you exactly? Not much, I don't think. Okay, we had one there, we had one there. As this is scrolled off the screen, you can see where they are. I think the only way these flags would make sense to me now is if I numbered them. So I knew the sequence that they were firing in, because I see what's happening. The point of the volume point of being aware of the migration of the volume point of control is to get a sense of the market. You know, what's the market doing? What do the participants think is a good idea? What's the point of control? It's the price at which the most contracts have traded. What does that mean? At this point, at 8:40 in the morning on this RTH, ETH, they figure that this price right about here at about 68.80 is the price that is a fair price to trade. So what has happened to value? Well, if you want to look at this, it was up here at 83 and now it's down here at 80. And what will it do? Well, it may just slop around. Who knows? But that's the theory and the thinking behind the the developing volume POC. Point of control, I don't know. You know, it's the price at which the most contracts have traded. Right now. A minute ago, it was right there. A little bit ago, it was here, then it went up there, then it was back down here. You know what I mean? I think this is better. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. Okay, dokie. Let's see here. Well, this thing reset on time, which has got me over the moon. That's the first time that's happened in so long. I don't know when. It looks as though the stream is streaming along. I don't see any drop frames. That's a good thing. Okay. Antonio's got the Euro side of life tied down for us. That's great. Boy, I can't tell you how I'd like to trade places with you. I'd tell you that right now. Every time I don't look at the news anymore, because every time I do, it's like, what the hell is going on now? You know, Jesus Christ. But pretty quick, we're going to be able to hightail it out of here pretty quick. Whether I'll have the money to do that or not at this point anymore, I don't know. But, you know, let's see. I made a bunch of changes to the trading system code-wise over the weekend, and we'll see what's going on over there. I'm going to point out something here that may or may not be necessary anymore. Remember, boys and girls, now we're at 73 to 86. Huh? 13 handles. Pretty near. Oh, looky there. What's that big boy? 843. Who said something? You suppose that was just auction? This is what can happen in super light volume. Either A, it's a news blurb, or somebody, you know, remember that this is light volumes, the Christmas month. They can shove this thing around any which way they want to. Let's see what's going on. If there's, you know, who knows about the news. What happened? The Eurozone, I don't think that was much to do with it. I don't see anything on the news stuff. If anybody's got a suggestion about a better news thing, I don't see anything here. There will not be anything in investing.com because it reports stuff that we know, scheduled, traditional, whatever word you want to use. That's why I appreciate Financial Juice putting in this random stuff, which isn't typical, isn't normal, isn't traditional, to do with the financial markets. And I gotta add this hotkey because it's too important. I don't know the right name for this exactly, but until I come up with a new one, I call it unidentified critical risk. And what that is, and I think it's important to put this out in every stream. I have no political axe to grind one way or another. How I vote and what I think is, my business, same as it is your business for you. We're in this business of trading to make money, and I'm all for helping anybody I can. Whoever, you got a red ball cap on or not, I don't care. Or if I have one on and you're, wearing a blue suit or whatever, I don't know. But this is a perfect example of what I refer to as unidentified critical risk. Remember, pre-market, your primary job as a trader is to preserve your account in this high-risk environment. Okay? With investing.com, we know that non-farm payroll is going to be released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, and we've known that for years. And it goes on for years into the future, apart from this recent stupidity with closing the government down, whatever. We know that. We can plan on that. We can manage our risk. We can have a risk mitigation plan. Now we're in an environment where there is unidentified or unrecognized, or whatever you want to call it, critical risk potential from no place. This right here is 229 handle drop in the micro ES based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social. Now, President can tweet anywhere he wants to, say whatever he wants to say. I'm not saying about that. What I'm saying is, and I'm not saying if the tweet was right or wrong, what I'm saying is, if you weren't extremely careful about your exposing your account to risk, only taking A-plus setups, definitely always having a bracket order in the market, and this happened out of no place, you could have lost your whole account. And you damn sure had a bad day, unless you happen to just, have an inside tip and we're short, and then be sure you let Antonio and I know that in the chat. This is unidentified random risk. Turns out the reason he was mad hadn't really happened, and what he threatened to do didn't happen. So this was just basically venting a tweet, and nothing happened, except for the fact that the market crashed out 229 handles in that day. Unidentified critical risk, not political at any point. But that's, when I talk about critical risk, I don't know how else to say it so that it's, how important it is. I definitely do. And I think it's important to put out here, for 1, 2, or 1 million people that listen to this or watch these streams. Light. 183,000 contracts so far since 1,700 last night. There's what we've done for the last several days. Here's our open. Okay, do I have all these things correct? Let's see, 67, 66 half is the 68.42. I know I've got that in there. Okay, So there you go. That's my spiel about I don't know what to call it. Orange alert. Maybe that's a good one. Yeah, Richard came up with that Agent Orange thing. Maybe Orange alert would be a good idea. I don't know. That's probably pissed somebody off. Well, what do you suppose context is so far? Looks like it's down, eh? What are we doing compared to what I suggested we might at the open? Well, we traded up and now we're trading down, and are we going to trade back up again? We have a pretty balanced profile so far. Looks like an open auction to me. Jesus. They get off to this kind of a start. Of course, what the market is doing now, I'm sure you're aware, is everybody's holding their breath on the Fed meeting. I think next week is Fed week. So there's that. Typically, of course, there's the Santa Claus rally, which everybody knows about, and that's, that's a good thing. Except, is it? We're not too far off the all-time highs, which I suppose will become a target, assuming the Fed does cut rates quarter basis point. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. The idea is trade what you see, not what you think. That's a good way to look at it, I think. So my story is, as you've been here before, just vetting a specific setup and only trading that setup, those setups. That's the way to approach the market, in my opinion, and that's what I'm fixing to do here. And I've made a whole bunch of changes, which I'm pretty spooked about. What am I going to do here? But let's see. Send this to the chart. So what this is my back testing and forward testing environment. I made all these changes over the weekend and have it pretty much set up to live trade. But I want to point out a couple things first, real important before that happens. This is simulated. This is just a note, an annotation to make sure that the account is selected to sim. Also with IRT, this particular trading list quote page is mandatory. If you're going to trade live, you've got to have whatever symbol you're going to trade in this quote page. Otherwise, IRT won't send the trade anyplace. And that's the way I want it. I want it to be within the simulated environment here to make sure everything's working right. I changed all these symbols to trade live down here. And also I tried to reinvent the signals up here so that I don't have this kind of a mess going on with a bunch of signals firing irregardless of whether they're correct or not, in sequence or not. I'm hopeful that I've got this working correctly. This is entry, stop, T1, T2, flat. This would be indicate whether there's a position open or not. Hopefully this bullshit works. Now, the next thing, another thing that's important, none of the levels or signals down here yet, none of these are related in any way to the trading. They are related to the trading system, but they are not driven by it. They're just indicators that I built on this chart right here. All these indicators and the signals, they're built on this chart so that I can visually confirm that stuff is happening when I expect it to. That worked out okay for now. I'm to the next step, which is I send the signal, the trading system, to this chart. So when these rules equate or evaluate to true, it places a trade. However, the trade has been set up by me, and we see it graphed out over here. So let's do something first. Let's set up back testing. I don't want it to be 493 days anymore. Let's just go 1. Okay. I want to change something else over here. This is stuff that might be interesting, maybe not. I don't want to have 20 days back here anymore. I'm going to have 2. And then as what I will end up with is having 5 days, in other words, the week on the look back period. I'm trying to slow down the use of bookmap and the use of resources by RT. Now I'm going to send this system to this chart. I'm going to get rid of these 2 things. Because I don't want these green lines flying on. They continue out the whole way, right? What I did over the weekend to confirm, because this new methodology has a trailing stop built in. I may just remove that. And confirm that I'm getting my signals right. What I've done for the trailing stop here is to configure it this way. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 40 tick T2. That's exactly as it's set up over on Bookmap, except when price reaches 30 ticks, the stop trails to 24 ticks. This was something I was trying out back testing over the weekend. Still still does T1, still does T2, still does all that kind of stuff. But when price reaches 30 ticks above entry, this thing trails the stop to 24 ticks, locking in other words, the 12 plus the rest. So let's see what happens. I'm going to leave it like that and hope for the best. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Okay, here's previous and here's today. Now, I don't know. I don't like this because it's plotting at the time, and I can tell you what that one is. I was trying to do something else. That's this one right here. See it flashing? I don't think that's going to be any good, so I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to delete this one because it hasn't fired yet, but it isn't any good, I'm pretty sure. I don't need something that floats back on the chart that I can't see, you know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense. That's not the point of the signals. So there we go. Now these annotation will stay there no matter how the chart moves, as will this. So let's see what happens. And now eventually what I'll do, since this is all set up, yeah, I explained the fact that this is simulated. Okay. I'm going to enlarge this. I don't know whether to scoot it over or just go like that. I can grab that if I need it. Oh, thank you so much, you piece of shit. I hate it when it does that. I actually went away from a wireless mouse, which I've used for years, because I was thinking, see how it plots the orders? That's how it will be when we take live orders over here. If and when we take a live order over here, then it'll plot it that way. And I'm pretty amazed as to why. Oh, I know why. Never mind. So here's today. Why aren't these pullback and continuation zones visible? Because it's not 9:30 yet. And that's when the initial balance statistic becomes active. So that's where we are. And I'm hopeful that that's going to work. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's get back to the point at hand here. Okay, okie dokie, 46F, whatever that is over here, that's about something. I don't know, it's like 10 or something. Isn't it? 7, that's close. Well, there must have been a earthquake, tsunami of 40 centimeters reaches Japan and Morimitsu and Okinawa airport, but nothing happened to Fukushima or the 40 centimeters. That's 20 inches. That ain't much of a tsunami. How the hell? I mean, 40 centimeters is a nothing. That's a calm day on the ocean. Wonder how they call that a tsunami. I guess they track the progress of that specific wave from the from this epicenter, I guess. I guess that's first news to me. Oh, I guess it's probably news to you too. Here we go. 40 centimeter tsunami here, it says. So that's pretty good. Good for them. A nothing burger. What happened here? Blue boy slipped out behind a barn. That guy's tricky. You got to watch him. There we go. And there we go. So there's about no news on the horizon here. I have switched, which I never thought I would do, to Edge from Chrome, or I'm in the process of that here, because I did some investigating. It seems that Chrome has got some big memory hog issues. Edge, on the other hand, which is also pretty secure. You notice how the music theme up there, the icon is dimmed out. Well, when tabs aren't being used in Edge, it doesn't update or suck up any memory or do anything else, so the story goes. So I'm trying it out. I don't know. I don't like the fact that they do all kinds of nonsense. What are you going to do? So there we are. Will we have a trade? I don't know. We haven't taken the overnight volume point of control or the overnight high. We've tagged out everybody else. Mid, close, value area low, overnight low. Previous low, looky there, right down there. Let's check what that statistic was. I didn't see it, so I didn't think about it or bother with it. Oh, previous low is 34.7. What do you think? Now, that's a good illustration of the fact that these are probabilities. This is the percentage of time that price revisited this level, looking back over a 1,633 day data set where we opened higher in range, period. It's not a fixed guaranteed target or any of that stuff. It's a probability. So if we take out the previous RTH low, okay. I mean, it's not a surprise. This doesn't say zero. So that you have to remember that probabilities are just that. They're probabilities. That's why you don't try to predict, or I don't try to predict or anything. I try to anticipate when the particular previously vetted setup that I have determined may occur, and I'm standing here ready for it. And that's, we're past 9 o'clock now. Well, look at us go. Okay. I'm asleep at the wheel half the time here this morning. So, speaking of the vetted trades and what I may or may not take, The trades that I have vetted, meaning I have programmatically captured the probabilities over a large data set that specific rules, come to pass or are realized, and therefore I have a probability. I have determined that those specific rules validate an entry and that it has a positive expectancy or edge or whatever you call it. And the ones that I started with are the initial balance trades. And they are based on the initial balance statistic. The initial balance statistic becomes a thing at 9:30. Because that's the definition of it. So what the hell is the initial balance statistic? Well, here we go. Here's our open type. We already figured all that out. Look at the most probable statistic in all four open types, greater than 97.6% probability. The IB high or IB low will be revisited by price at some point in today's RTH trading session. Could be 1 millisecond after 9:30. It could be 1 millisecond before 1600. It just says greater than 97.6, or if you want to look at it on the other way around, it's 2.4% probability that neither one will be revisited. That's the statistic. That is the initial balance statistic, and it is not a thing until 9:30. The low will go down with price, the high will go up with price. No problem until 9:30. Then at 9:30, these two levels will no longer move, and the statistic will be active. Okay? So what I've done then is I have created or figured out a trading system right there around the initial balance. Okay? And these lines are a visual representative of what those rules and how that system works. Initial balance low, initial balance high. Pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger zone. Specific, rule-based, rule-driven. And away from the market, when I'm backtesting, I use this backtest system. And you set it up right here. The number of days you're going to backtest, the instrument, what your contracts, which session, et cetera, and then you can backtest it and determine mathematically, without emotion, does it have an edge or not? If it does, then in the live market, you take that opportunity and you take that setup every time it presents itself, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that to your bank account. It's just that simple. That is properly vetting a trade and trading with probabilities and statistics, which is the way that the most successful traders in the world approach the market. It's not some epiphany I had, okay? So, yeah. So that's what's happened. That's what's set up over here. That's being pushed to this chart now. And at 9:30, these levels and lines will start to appear over here, meaningless. The system is the computer is watching, evaluating every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar. Oh, that reminds me of something. You see, I have this at 15 seconds. This is another experiment I am doing to try to make sure that the sequence is met properly of the signals. Typically, I have this on 1 minute. When I'm backtesting it, it's on 15 seconds. I'm going to leave it on 15 seconds this morning and see what the hell happened. You know, what are you going to do? What are you going to call? You can, ooh, bright sun, bright sun. And let me explain that a little bit more in case that was, what the hell are you talking about? When you backtest, the backtest engine doesn't look at the live market, obviously, because it's going over historical data. It looks at high, low, close, open, high, low, close. It doesn't know in which order those things occurred. My rules specifically need to be sequential for the trade system that I have figured out, that I'm vetting. And so in a 1 minute bar, I don't know if this were a 1 minute. Now, the chart is 1 minute. Huh? On a 1 minute bar, you don't know what, if it's a live market, you can see what happened first, the open and then up and down and this and that and low, high, whatever. In the back test, it doesn't know that. It sees the open, the high, the low, the close, period. It doesn't know in which order or sequence those happen. So that's important to my trading system. That's why I've broken it down from 1 minute to 15 seconds, thinking, and that's the smallest backtest thing you can do. Ticks is ridiculous. The tick data is billions of ticks if you want to get in, because I backtest at least 500 days. So. Wherever I was, whatever I was talking about. So yeah, the system, for example, the system, and I believe it's very important that your trading system be as simple and clear, subjective as possible, or object, whatever, it's objectives. In other words, it's clear. I always get those backwards. If you have a 15 different parameters, this and that, the Keltner this and the something else that, and the MEA this and the moving average that, and all this kind of stuff, that just adds to cognitive distance and the inability for you to take a trade. Remember that this is going to be firing by itself. Okay? Now, in the live, so I have, for example, 3 rules. There's an A, which is the IB statistic is taken. Then there would be a B signal, which is that it extends into and closes within a pullback zone or a continuation zone. Price comes back, trades back towards the IB from either side within the trigger zone, and that fires the trigger. But I want to have the A and the B and the trigger. They must be sequential, obviously. So I'm trying to identify that specifically in the backtest by going down to 32 seconds. That's what's in the live market. The system knows what happened, right? It's trading live. It can see that. Let's hope, or that's what I understand. And this is, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not, the code warrior from the East or whatever. Let's see what happens here. Hopefully this crap starts working. I don't know if any of it's going to work. We have seen, you've seen earlier what it looks like when it starts to plot a trade, when it enters a trade by what it thinks. So let's see what the hell happens here. And we're 919. Do we have a statistic? Do we have the IB? Oh, nope. Look at this profile. What does that look like to you? Pretty balanced, huh? And pretty narrow range, so don't hold out hope. And another thing that's important about this, my approach that's important to put out there, I think, in case you're new, I only trade those two trades. Now, the reason I chose the initial balance trades is because there are two. There is a continuation and a continuation, or a failure, which is basically a fancy name for a mean reversion. Outside in, outside in. Typically suggested by a rotational day. If price comes up here and it takes an IB right here, would you expect that it's going to go ripping up? Or would by looking at context, would you expect or anticipate that it's going to mean revert? In a balanced rotational day, it's the IB failure, which is essentially a mean reversion trade, just with a fancy name based around the initial balance, is suggested. If it's a direction, if it's a directional day, the IB continuation is suggested. But I chose that IB thing to vet because it gives me a trade applicable to either a balanced or a directional market. That made sense to me. So, yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, boys and girls. Oh, and where's that devil? Blue boy. There we go. What's the context today? What would you think? We put in the IB high at the first tick or something, and down we are. Looking at the profile, it's a balanced day. Looking at the chart in the session, from a session point of view, it's just lower highs and lower lows all the way down. So there's that. And we've got 8.5 minutes till the IB is set, which brings me to something else that's pretty important, I think, which is, let me just get it out of the way while I'm thinking about it here. Do not, I repeat, my advice is I will not trade in anticipation of the statistic. And I can't show you because it's on another machine, but I've got an old journal that I kept here with pretty accurate data going back quite a ways, and that is not a winning idea. What do I mean by that? Well, okay, we're below the VWAP, we're below the POCs, we're trading down context, we're going to take the IB low for sure, I'm going to get short. Well, if you thought that right here, and you got now, there's no IB yet because it's not 9:30. Even after 9:30, that the same advice, the same advice applies. There is no statistic. The statistic has not been achieved, and I definitely don't recommend trading towards what you anticipate to be the correct statistic. Because very often we see this crap. And we'll watch this and see what happens today. We're going to have the stat in a few minutes here, and then we'll see what happens. In the meantime, I'm going to go tee up. And hey, Dan, what's up, man? How's Chicago? Cold, I bet, huh? Bullish at 68.5 or 685, okay. Well, why are you bullish? Why would you be bullish today? Right now in this RTH session, what is the context, Dan? It's down, isn't it? If you look at the higher time frame, if that's where you're trading, what's the higher time frame? You bet, bullish. Probably going to be bullish before this is over. It's a Christmas rally. There's all that stuff. We'll see what happens with the Fed. But don't have a conviction one way or the other. Trade what you see, not what you expect or what you hope or wish or whatever else. And be sure you're aware of the monkey boy, you know, and confirmational bias, wanting to be right. All those things are all attributes of monkey boy. So yeah, do what you, I mean, trade. And if you're, you know, like I said every day, if you're successful in making money consistently, you be sure and you tell us about it and do not change whatever you're doing. I'm going to go tee up. Okay. Oh, are we here? Oh, we got a stat. No, we didn't. It's not 9:30 yet. I sound like an idiot, I know. You got to remember, I do this every day and have done this every day for a long time. Oh, yeah, that's a sports town. I'm sure anybody that's up there that is on, you know, that I might see. I don't watch TV, but for example, Tasty Live or whatever, you know, when I was around Top Step off and on there, everybody's always talking about the sports teams there, the Bears and the whoever the baseball guys are, Cubs. I don't even know anymore. Yeah, it's a sports town. Well, let's see here now. What's happening? What's happening now, you suppose? God damn thing. Come on, what's going on here? There you go. Son of a bitch. Well, 3 minutes. Now, here's something to point out I try to do every day just so people don't get confused. Notice how this IB low line indicator is well down here below the flag. That's not a bug or an issue. And now they've caught up. You see that? They're both driven by the same data pushed from my IRT, and which I'm happy to share with anybody. However, in Bookmap, the smallest refresh time I can set for the cloud note column here is 1 minute, and whoever the boys and girls are that coded this indicator obviously have it for less. And so you see, we keep jumping out of sync, and then it'll catch up in a second. So there you are. First time I saw that, I went, oh, great, now what's wrong? But nothing. Okay, let me get back to and keep an eye on this backtest shit here. I don't want goofiness to be going off on us there that I'm not aware of. And I'm trying all kinds of things to be able to accurately trade on Bookmap in itself. Not, I use IRT is essentially my charting package, and I'm leaning on it heavily now for backtesting. I don't have a fantasy that I'm going to be able to, turn on IRT to algorithmically trade the market for me while I'm, chasing mama around to bed or heading for Mexico or whatever the hell it is that all these, YouTube people claim they can do. But I very definitely believe 100% in the most successful traders in the world, and who all lean on backtesting and probabilities and statistics. And that's what I use IRT for. I tried Python, and I'm not a code wizard. And I also found out with Python, unless you go to Quant Connect, I think it's called, if I remember right, Pandas and all of those programs, TLab and, backtesting.py and all those work fine, but they don't work for futures. And I actually even went to the backtesting.py guy on GitHub and said, will this work for futures? And he said, nope, because futures uses points and ticks. Those are all built around penny or less increments to do with bookmap, Bitcoin or FX or something. So they don't cross and work accurately with futures market. I had, brought my data, tick data out of IRT, and I had the basic 2-lot risk neutral package coded up and all this kind of thing. And when I started looking at the and just put a basic, go long here, go short there to see if the thing was working, I started seeing the plots and all this stuff, and it's all crazy in numbers. And that's when I asked him. He said, nope. And I'm not a code wizard enough to figure it all out. And I don't want to be. I have a problem going down rabbit holes, Just like that. It's a perfect example. I wanted to backtest a strategy. I didn't want to be a goddamn Python wizard. And I ended up having to try to do all of that. And I just thought, wait a second, and quit all that. And went back to IRT, where I had a little more mileage. And here's where I am now. And if, like Rod and those guys, Peter K or something it is, and I think Greeny and some of those guys that code all day and that's their job or whatever else, they're good at it. Good for them. I'm just envious. There's a guy that I used to follow on YouTube when I was trying to learn Python called Part-Time Larry, I think it is. Jesus, Christopher Christ. He can code up a whole system while he's doing a 20-minute YouTube video. And I really admire those people. That's just, I miss that era. Okay, now what? Whoa, while I'm busy talking, what happened? Remember when I said trade to the statistic is not a good idea? Well, there's 926, and you got short just knowing that it was going to take that IB low, and now you stopped out going, but wait, my money, what happened to my money? Now we have a statistic. Now we can see what happens. Here we go, plotting the lines and levels. Fingers crossed this one doesn't blow up and start shooting trades off right, left, and center, but I don't think so. Okay, there we go. So the initial balance trades are active. Oh, by the way, another thing that will happen here in a minute is these zones and levels I push to bookmap, and the next go round they should update properly. Let's make sure of one thing. I always forget. Oh yeah, you can see the changes I made didn't work out very well on the statistics. Huh? Okay, I don't think that's going to be very happy. So don't look at that chart anymore. I'm not going to. What I'm trying to do through the night here is to have the signals pushed A, B trigger from the coded signals of the back test. And I have no, the reason you don't see all that stupidness here is I have a, watch this. Well, it's not doing it over here, but anyway. There we are. I don't know how to put that. Oh, well, let's see something here. I want to make sure they're hidden. I don't want all that stupidness to be going on over here. Hidden. Okay, great. So now these zones are being pushed to Bookmap right here. Oh, how'd the IB work out for you? Retail soup. You can bet thousands of retail traders, if they're clever enough or, disciplined enough to have stops, are now licking their wounds. So I do a couple of things now to try to tie all of this together for myself. And I apologize for it, but the liquidity here in Bookmap and the heat map is a graphic representation of the liquidity in the book. We know that, I suppose, right? So I can go like this, and I don't have that confusion going on over here. And I know the liquidity in the book because I traded with a jigsaw and a dome for a long time before any of this heat map stuff started. So there we are. The next thing I'm doing lately is I'm adding 1 minute, 1 minute candlesticks. Now you see there's 5 minutes between them here. Okay, when I anticipate, this is what I'm going to do when I anticipate a trade, primarily when I get the initial balance, the A signal. I can put the candlesticks on. I can also turn off the last price, and I can see exactly whether I'm opening, closing, what I'm doing, and get out to 1 minute here. I'm sorry about that. I can see whether I'm opening, closing, exactly what I'm doing in the zones, so that I can confirm in my own mind what's going on with the signals. Because remember, I'm taking live trades in Bookmap as signaled in IRT, but not pushed to Bookmap. So I have to click like a bunny, get over here, and if it's a long, click along, or short, or whatever else it is, right? And I want to be sure that these things are happening as I expect they will. Now, we don't have an IB yet. We're traded clear up here. Everybody that thought they were going to be clever and trade towards this statistic right here, where did 930 come? Right here, is, wishing they hadn't done that, I guess. So what I'm going to do now is reverse those things that I just showed you. Put on the last price. And my idea is that once I get more familiar with this and understand what's going on, I'm trying to see if, let's show you here. I'm trying to see if, because the last price or the closing price is important with the signals from the back-tested strategy. Okay, that means, and here is, this candle represents this data. This candle represents this data. This candle represents that data. So I know we're open, high, low, close. Now, I can't figure it out. I mean, I'm trying to get my head around how to do it by watching the last price, not the candles, but how do I keep track of the minutes, right? I don't know. So let's undo the candles now. Get back to pretty much normal. We can turn the heat map back on. little bit. Everybody's happy, right? Where'd that lazy blue mother go? Over here somewhere. There we are. Well, what do we got? Lower highs and lower lows. And a bunch of people licking their wounds because they tried to go to the stat. If you have a vetted setup, if you've done this exercise over a statistically significant data set for the mean reversion trades, there's a perfect mean reversion outside in. I don't have a setup about that, nor have I vetted that setup. So I don't have the statistics. I don't know what percentage of time, what's the probability that I will have that I will achieve T1, that I will achieve T2. I have no clue. And anybody that's trading without having a clue, in my opinion, is gambling. And, the opinion of Jim Simmons and Ed Thorpe and Ray Dalio and Paul Tudor Jones and Tom Sosnoff and Tom the Trader, Tom B and Rod. I mean, go from the top to the bottom. It's not a new concept. Mark Douglas, whatever. Pretty much everybody understood that. It's a lot more fun just gunslinging, and it's an adrenaline rush and dopamine fix and all that kind of stuff. Just clicking and, gunslinging in there with your mouse, but I don't think it has a long-term favorable outcome. And I'm in this for the long term as a business. What's happening? Nothing. No A, no B, nobody left on third. Now, I don't know. If I see an A signal, oh, wait a minute here. I got to stop and think about that. I only changed the code on one of those signals because I didn't want to change everything and a bunch of stuff, right? So what happens here? Yeah, look at all the A's we got going all over the place. And that's complete horseshit. Those cannot possibly be, because we haven't taken an IB statistic yet. So something is very wrong there. That's not good. That's a whole lot of not good there. Mm-hmm. So I probably just broke myself over the weekend. Countless hours yesterday of thinking I had some whiz-bang deal going on, and then boop, maybe not. So I'll let those signals stand off with that button there. And if we get a trade, I'm curious to see if those things materialize here as they're supposed to. What should happen here if we get an A? This should turn to 1, and then a B, 1, and then a trigger 1. Yeah? That's what I'm thinking. And over here should be, if this is, I don't know whether these will work because this is based on the TR underscores, which means that's transmitted back from the broker. Well, this is not going out to the broker, so I don't know how IRT deals with that. So now I'm going to have to be a real big boy and monitor these trades live on Bookmap here. And yeah, and do that. So now we may, in fact, actually take an initial balance trade. So let's get going here with Uncle Candleboy and get out here to 1 minute. This is pathetic, isn't it? And that price just actually doesn't do me any good, really. This last price thing. So there's 1 minute. This is the bar this bar is reflecting this trade. I know what this is what happened within this bar. Let's do the quick checklist here. What have we got? Well, both 2 lots back. Here we go. The signal specifically for the initial balance is not just penetrate, which satisfies the statistic, the old-fashioned statistic about the initial balance high or low, or on the probabilities study. All it says is revisited. It doesn't say anything else. What I have concluded here is I want to confirm that the market is moving the right direction. So I want the open above the IB. I want the close below the IB. I want the bar previous to the signal bar open is higher than the close. That, to me, makes sense. What's the market doing? Higher than the close, higher than the IB, lower than the IB. What's the market doing? Going down. That's what I think is important. And that's how I've run the back test. So by all means, absolutely do not want to change those rules of the back test. If I could figure out a way to have the back test push to Bookmap, that would be just too cool for school, but I don't know how to do it. And I'm also on the other side of that coin. I'm very aware of the fact that the only part of that all the data I'm looking at right now to make a trade in Bookmap is coming from IRT. You know, the only thing I would need to do, you know, I don't have the full session volume profile. I don't have the micro composite high volume stuff. But I have those candles, I have all of that stuff available to watch on IRT. And I'm fully aware that on the only thing I'm looking at right now, I mean, the candlesticks are being drawn by Bookmap, but, you know, am I using the heat map and all this other hocus pocus? And I don't use any of the other junk stuff that Bookmap has, you know. These are stops. That's pretty cool. That isn't available to my knowledge on IRT. But as far as being able to make the trade and the data that I'm looking at for my vetted setup, it's all coming. This is all IRT. This is push from IRT. This is all push from IRT. This comes from IRT, but it's in there now. I mean, you know, volume profile definitely available over there. Mid, VWAPs, POCs, all there. Don't know. You know, and if I was a good-looking blonde gal, I'd be able to trade from. I'd be making money from the beach in with my laptop or my phone. You know, if you want to believe YouTube. One trade never fails. 100% win rate. 99% win rate. Jesus Christ. So here we are. Try changing the scale of what chart, Dan? Which chart? In IRT or in Bookmap? Or what? Well, when you backtest, you're looking at a static data set. You know? It's not looking at the live market. And so you can, any way you can get that futures data into wherever you're coding it, whether it's Python or, you know, Quant Connect or Bookmap in this case, or IRT in this case, it's looking at a historical data set, which is fixed and, you know, a static. It's not looking at the live anything. So that's that. And that's why I was explaining earlier about my back testing. And when you see the signals, it's looking at a 15-second. Now this is live testing. So the tool now, the system now is pushing over here and it's watching the live market. It's assessing every one of these bars every 15 seconds. And when they, you know, equate to true or 1, boom. So the story goes. And that's where I come up with all the backtesting stuff is on the night, you know, and I believe very strongly that you should never do this. This is all part of what you should do in the homework. What I'm doing now is what I'm supposed to be doing in the live market, which is forward evaluating the system and trading live, taking every instance. The theory is that when this fires a trade, I am going to replicate that as fast as I can in Bookmap. Now, you know, I want to be sure you remember I'm an old cowboy here, and as fast as I can is a relative term, but it's what I've been doing. So we'll see. And I'm trying to be what I tried to accomplish over the weekend was to set this up so that IRT would actually trade live on a micro and eliminate me from the loop completely for the purposes of evaluating this. Now, it looks to me like we're going to get an IB statistic out here pretty quick, doesn't it? Let's see about that. Let's see what happens right here. We didn't get it right there. And there's a bunch of stops out, absorbed right there. But my guess is we're going to get this statistic out. I should sincerely hope that you and whoever else is within earshot is listen to my do not trade and anticipate the statistic. Here's another example of it. Oh, we're going to get it this time. Short. Oh, maybe not. There's a stop. If you're assuming you're trading a 3-lot risk neutral package like I've got, or a 2-lot risk neutral package with the same parameters: 3-point stop, 3-point T1, 12, 48 tick, or 12-point T2. And who the hell knows? Who knows, Bobo? Okay, let's get into 1 minute here and have a look-see. There's a minute. There's a minute. Now we can also do something, which is get up here and we can go down to the tick if we want to. This is 2 ticks. We can actually get into 1 tick increments here if we want to do that. Bookmap has the ability to screw in. I've owned Jigsaw forever, and they tried to replicate this. They called their heat map thing, Pete calls it Auction Vista, and it never could get even remotely as smooth and functionally friendly as Bookmap. That's the reason I and probably a lot of people pay for it, is because it's still, I would love to see somebody come out with a one-stop shop that had good charting and good heat map, and you didn't need to do all this, pay for all this and do all this hocus pocus. But to my knowledge, there isn't one. Quant Tower got a heat map thing, I guess. I'm not really sure what that looks like. It would be kind of cool to support them. They're from the Ukraine. Well, here we are. There we go. Well, now there is the statistic per the normal IRT. It is not a statistic here because it hasn't closed below the initial balance. So there is no A signal yet. If it closes down here, if this bar closes down here, it will be an A. If it does not, it will not be. And it better hurry because we got, 1 or 2 ticks. There we go. Okay. It did close there. So we have an A signal fired. And I don't see anything going on about A world over here. That's pretty freaking disappointing. Now we're looking for a B. And then we're looking for a trigger. My thinking, the reason I've got all this stuff set up here is I was thinking that I would see the signals fire, because these are just based on V-pound variables, which the system is setting. But I don't see confirmation of them up here anyplace, so I'm obviously I'm obviously over my head, and I need to now fix the signals because they're all over the goddamn board. Let's see what's happening over here. Does that look very good to you? That didn't work out like I had it planned, did it? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, anyway. Well, we did not get a B. To the continuation side. And this is the pullback zone. Remember those things, eh? What we need is a close within one of these 2 things. And what do I think? What do I want to have happen? Well, I can tell you what I think. I think I want it to be a trade in the continuation department, because that's what we've done all day. So far, the context is down. To enter a pullback trade would not be what my rational mind is saying is a good thing to do. But if that's what happens, that's what'll happen. Because, it's not for me to question why. So between you and me and the gatepost, I hope we get it closed down here, and then it pulls back to the trigger and we get a continuation signal, because that makes sense to me. We've now taken out this POC, this naked volume point of control, so I'm going to do my workflow, which is to change the text color to black. Okay, that means it's been revisited in my world, so I can take that off later today or tonight or something else. Okay, so what is my my preconceived or anticipated feeling or my monkey boy thing is I'm thinking continuation lower, right? Because of the way context has been. Look at the profile. It's rotational, isn't it? And the thing about that directionality is it'll have it's rotational until it's not, you know. And then you're going, what? Wait a minute. Hold on. Who's on third? What do we have for liquidity up here? Anything? Let's see if we got some people throwing stuff in there. What we need is somebody to jump on top of this and start bringing it down. That would make me warm and fuzzy for continuation. I don't need these because I can look over here and I can see our liquidity. That's nothing different than that, eh? So let's get it closed down there. There we go. Now we're in the pullback zone. Oh, and we got a closer. That is our B. Hey, if we trade up here for a trigger zone, I'll enter a short. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And so far, we're not. This is where I really commiserate around. What do? Do I put a resting order here? Do I watch it and trade it? I don't know. You know, that's the part that's tough. Do I put a resting order on the IB, the trigger zone? I mean, this is just speculation, eh? Because nothing's happened yet. Hey, the IB low is taken. And looks like nothing's happening as far as the signals go. I really broke this completely. Hey, the IB low is taken. And that was, you know, had this retraced to the trigger zone, I'd be in the short. It did not. I'm not in the short. I don't have a trade. I'm standing here watching this go down going, God damn. What about me? Always reminds me of that Rolling Stones song, When the Train Left the Station. He had two lights on behind. Yeah, well, now they're going to bring her back up. $10. Oh, gotta wake. Well, let's see here. Gotta go wake Tam up, but I want to. She leaves a note on my keyboard every night. Oh, man. Let's see. Has some magical something happened to us over here? No, not really. Not really. I'm really curious now after all the stuff I did, is this damn thing actually going to take a trade or not? I am assuming that it will, but I was also assuming I was going to get all this kind of flags going off up here, and I don't know why not. That's a puzzle. Anyway. Come on, get up there, get a trigger, and then just, you know, fall out of bed, you sons of guns. Let's go look for coal for those Christmas stockings. Did you try changing the scale on the chart? Yeah. Whenever I'm not sure which chart you're talking about changing the scale on. If you mean an IRT, I change it around all the time. And Bookmap, I change around all the time pretty much with the price levels over here. So I don't know. Oh boy, are we going to get up here now? Come on. Come on. Get up there. Now you kind of start, now, this is where my mind starts going, damn, you know, but now look at us. We've traded down. We took out all the liquidity down there. Now are we going to rotate back around? And maybe we will. Maybe I will be spanked and maybe I'll get myself a trade. Who knows? One thing is for sure, I will take the signal that happens, whichever that might be. And it's what I was talking about a while ago, where the question always comes into my mind at this point. The trigger, okay? I have to figure out a good execution strategy around these triggers. Nothing worse than getting short right here and then having it go up to here and you're sweating bullets. Do I put it at, and the only thing worse is that you put the resting order there at the IB and it doesn't quite get there and then goes off, 150 points the other way. I don't know what to think about it. I don't know what to think about that. And this is all, speculation. It hasn't gotten there yet. So what am I going to do? And here's old monkey boy coming back. Now I can feel the adrenaline perking up, getting all excited. Ooh, getting all the Twitter. Here's one thing about having a vetted trade that's really helpful. Nothing is a surprise, right? I know that I've taken the IB. I know that I've had the B. I know that I'm looking now for the trigger. I'm anticipating that. If I get it, I get the trade. If I don't get the trade. Boop. End of the story. Nothing more complicated than that. But even that, the monkey boy, is poking his nose around here, and I can feel the adrenaline, anticipation. All that stuff has come down through our wiring for thousands of years, all of our evolution. And those things were real helpful to us at one point in time. But boy, you better be aware of it, and you better not react to it or act on it, in my opinion. This is why resting orders are good. If you have, that's why backtesting with the system is so peaceful. You select how many days you got the system, you mash backtest, and then stand back there and watch what happens. That's why, I was just talking a few minutes ago about a strategy around the entries on the triggers. If I just put a resting order here, stand back, and if it hits it, it hits it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. The IB low is or put it at the IB. The point is trying to maximize the potential, get as asymmetric as possible. And that's where you have to be real aware of monkey boy and not be reacting to any of that stuff, and being clear and, as clear and logical as possible. I do anyway. Now we're likely going to get this stat, I'm thinking, and I'm really curious as to what the hell to do here. If I click anywhere down here with a right click, it's going to be an entry. Short. Up above is a resting order. So, just so you know that.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
They're struggling to get it back up to the IB, huh? And there, we're going to get a signal. Oh. I don't know. And one of the things definitely do not do, in my opinion, is have a resting order up here, thinking they go, okay, if it gets to that, I'm in. If it doesn't get up there, I'm gonna mark it down here. And then in a split second, it bounces up to your resting order, and then all of a sudden, what happened to you? Well, that's a little lower than I wanted to. That's supposed to have gotten me in at the. That didn't work like I had it planned. That was supposed to have taken me at the maximum market. So anyway, there's T1, or there's the first trade. Based on the signal and the system over on the book map, or the IRT didn't fire. And there is T1. Trade 1, T1.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And that's the risk neutral scale. So now it's helmet time. Oh, and we did get a trigger. So we did get it over here. There's the trade. Okay, let's see what happened now. Remember that this is a little different than my usual trade because, let me go out with this a little bit. This is a little different than the usual trade now because this has got a trailing thing built into it. This is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Cool. Well, so far it's being right. You notice that the trade is entered. It's taken the T1. That's pretty great. Okay, cool. And nothing's, nothing good's going on over here, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to take a quick bio break here. Well, they can't get the damn thing down there. Or at least haven't. Real important to breathe deeply, relax, put your feet up, put your helmet on. It's risk neutral scale, and we are. The worst I can do at this point is a scratch without touching anything. And I can't begin to explain how the benefit of that on your psychology, on my psychology.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Now, what the system is going to do on IRT is when price reaches 30 ticks, it's going to stop is going to trail up to 24. Trying to figure out a way to lock in whatever. And what I will probably do here is mentally do something similar, I guess, manually, I suppose. If we, this is just, you know, bullshit and bus tickets. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud here. I'm completely relaxed. I'm scaled. If I wanted to lock in 1-to-1, I could scale up or trail up to T1. What I've been kind of doing manually lately is when I get 12 ticks past T1, that's where I had used that to scale up or to trail up. Who the hell knows, you know? This is vastly different than when I'm backtesting, because when I'm validating a system, you put the trade on and you don't touch anything. Otherwise, that trade cannot be taken or included in your data set because it's not statistically significant. You got to have apples and apples, eh? Such, hopefully it's clear. So there we are. What's going on over here? Let's look at this for a minute. Well, we've got this micro composite VPOC down here at 6842. That's interesting, isn't it? That's a likely suspect. Glad I did that. Get back over here now. Hello. Okay, there we go. So we're still at 50 cents, eh? Let's do this and see what, oh, there we are. Now, here is something I can do as a form of discretion, which is perfectly valid in my trade plan at this point. There's a likely target. I can scroll up to that, or, you know, within a couple ticks of it, and I think that's a valid thing to do. I can also trail up, as I've been talking about with the stop. There are some things that are absolutely, you know, sins against God and humanity, and that is to move your stop away from target, away from entry. You know, that is a cardinal sin, in my opinion. This is 45, and this is what? 42. Do we want to get another 3 points there? Or, you know, a couple of points down there? How many times have we tickled that thing? I'm going to say that that's a reasonable idea. And I may get stopped out. But here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to adjust this target to a couple ticks above there, and be sure you got this thing out of the way of the zone. If you click over here, you're in an order or a trade you don't want to be in. That's why you got to be over other side of this line, and we may not get any place. This may come to a trail it deal. I don't think I need the 1 minute bars anymore. I don't have to be on 1 minute price, whatever you want to call it. Can get rid of the candles, actually. At this point, we're in the trade, isn't it? I'm just thinking out loud here, remember. Put a little of this back on. Ooh, show everybody what big shots we are. So, where was I? Look at where there's some liquidity sitting there at the low of the day, just above the low of the day so far. And they can't seem to get it to break below this ledge right over here. Nor can they bring down the POC, which is something that we need to think about. And what is that? So here's the RTH VPOC. 76 3/4. 3105. So the minute somebody down here trades 3106, that POC is going to migrate lower, and everybody's going to get excited about that. And I'm going to hope that I'm not stopped out before that happens up here. And that might. You never know. They can't seem to get under this ledge down here in this high volume node remember, this is pushed from the micro composite chart. And that's purely subjective. I explained that in the pre-market. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that's as scientific as I get with it. Sorry. Well, developing value RLO. I wish that stop was a little above there. That's not the best thing in the world. But I'm certainly not going to move it. Because the T1 is already out, taken. So that would discombobulate all my numbers there. To get over that ledge, they're liable to run it right up there and take the stop. These ledges suck. See that? And why? So we're approaching 10:30. Ooh, isn't there some newsy thing coming up here? No, 1300. Excuse me, 1300 is Trump. Trump dump. There you go. There's that. Here's this. Cool. Oh. And there's the stop. So T1 is stopped for scratch. And now the problem here is that's not what happened on the system, because it got in a little bit differently than me. And isn't this always so frustrating? Yeah. So here's my point. It's not stopped yet over here. This is a quandary that I don't know what to do with. If it stops, then everybody's back to zero and okay. If not, then and none of this is working. Best laid plans of mice and men. Huh? Back to the drawing board on all of that. And now I've got to unbreak. Oh, look at us go. Tick, 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 and down we go. Like I said, isn't that something? So that boils down to a bad, or at least not as good as it could have been, entry. Had I entered at the IB, this would be up here and I would not be stopped out. I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what to do with that. Maybe just put it at the IB in case raw every time. I don't know. But that's frustrating, huh? I mean, I'm scratched, so it's not a big deal, but I mean, it is a big deal, but had I been quicker with the button, and here comes the VPOC migration now that I was looking for. And there won't be any, will there? Well, let's see. Now I got to start over. Frustrating. This is where I don't like this system that I have going on here. Okay. Let's see here. So if I'm correct now, open, close, open, close. I think that's an A. This is the pullback zone once again, which we're not into yet. And then the trigger zone, and here we go with this crap again, you know? Yeah, let's see. So here I am thinking these are up and this is down. Okay, so we got open, low, or close, open, close. So that is the A signal. We need to close in here for the B, and then we need to have the trigger, assuming I'm going to follow this methodology. And the system itself is still, because of the difference in entry, the system is still in the trade. How frustrating is that, huh? And all but 1 or 2 ticks, we would have had a... No, not really. I don't know. Don't know. Boy, that's frustrating, though. That's for sure. That's a monkey boy's grinding his teeth over here. Looky there. And here we got a big up candle. Oh boy, we're going up. Everybody's excited. Everybody dance. Everybody dance. Boy, I'm sure sorry that I broke all those frickin' signals. That's irritating. I can change them back pretty easy, but I'm not going to do that in the trading day. We're going to get stopped here on the system pretty quick. Just right about there is a stop based on the entry. So scratch, of course, but you know. No, now we're going to do this thing. We're still really light in volume. And like I said before, you know, only trade your vetted trades and stick to your frickin' guns. And observe the trader's 10 commandments, you know. Thou shalt not ever move your stop away from target from entry. Under penalty of death. Well, come on, girls. Let's do something here. I think I'm correct in my methodology here. That I don't have, well, I don't have a pullback trigger, thank goodness, and I don't have a continuation trigger. So, yeah. Let's get rid of last guy over here. So, open, close. Yep, that's an A. And the previous bar, previous to signal was same direction. Nothing. So there we go. So I'm right. I mean, not that I want to be right, but I want to be accurate. I got to figure this goddamn entry thing out. Boy, that's just disappointing, you know? One tick above there and right there. That was the, well, there was the stop and there's where we got. So, yeah. I think it's almost easier to watch, you know, with just these candles like this. It is for me anyway. I thought I widened those candles out a little bit. Maybe not. I wish I could, I wish Bookmap would plot bars instead of candles. I don't like these candles. You know, I don't like the presentation. I have to stop and think about open and close and all that. It's freaking, how can you miss this? There's the open, there's the high-low, and there's the close. It's impossible to miss which direction's going on. And it's the same data completely. So we'll put Price Boy back in the system over here. We're still at 1 minute. And by the way, the system is still in the trade. Close, but no cigar. $10:30 now. Getting into the amateur hour. Get a close down there, get up and get a trigger, and let's see what the hell we can get accomplished again. What's the matter with you guys? One of you two is not pushing over there. Dan? So we need to close in the continuation zone for my signals to be, the system that I have vetted to be applicable or validated or whatever. Now we got to wait another minute for this bar to close because this one did not close there. See what that kind of bothers me? It looks to me like if I look at this bar, that looks like the close. But here was price clear down here at the, I guess that's the low.
The IB low.
Yeah, and that's the close. Okay. Now we need to close down here and then a trigger again. And then, here we go. Hi-ho, here we go. Which we don't have. We might have here in a second.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay, there's a close in, there's the trigger bar now. Now if we, there's the B bar. Now if we get up here to the trigger zone, and I'm going to definitely expect it to get above the POC. That's for freaking sure. And that didn't work like I had it planned. I clicked and it went to where I was instead of the way I understood this was to work. I understood that if I click clear down here, it would go to market. So, do I put a resting order right here? I kind of hate to do that right on the side of this ledge, especially with, price check at dial 3 right up here. There is the trigger right there up to the POC. Did I miss it talking about it? Maybe. Don't know. Pretty frustrating if that's the case, huh? This is where chasing monkey boy starts to eat a hole in your ass right here. I'm talking about this and missed that chase to the POC. That high right there. This would be scaled. And then I would be thinking I was a genius. Oh, bad news at the ranch there. I missed that big time. Let's put an order right, resting liquidity right there. And price check it out 3. Shall we do that? That's really disappointing. I missed that big time. God damn it, I'm busy talking. I don't know what to do, frankly. Put a resting liquidity in there or what? Blink your eyes for a second and grab a water or something and you miss a pop. Boy, frustrating. I'm tempted to put a resting order right up here, but then But then, and as it sells off and I am not on it, and Monkey Boy is kicking my ass all around the office here. Typically, they'll come up there for a price check at aisle 3, but they did not do so this time. And now it's going on the way of all good trades. Oh, well, shit happens. Busy looking at the system and then back and forth and missed that opportunity right there. That was the trade. Would I activate on it? I would hope so. Now I got nothing till we get over this trigger. And the system is still merrily trading along down there in profit.
Hey,
so.
The IB low is taken.
Son of a bitch. And it's got to pop through this POC up to here again or somewhere before it's before something's valid. Go buyers, come on. Show them who's boss. Take it up to the IB one more time. Give me a chance. Come on. Come on. Buyers are getting no place. That's not a good thing. I really don't know. Resting order or try to trigger it? I don't know. That's the trigger, by the way. But I'm trying to squeeze that extra little bit out of it, and maybe I missed it twice here now. I don't know. I got to figure that out, obviously. Orificely. I really don't know. All these buying signals going on down here, and we got that POC up there, and we got. Pretty quick, I'm going to lose interest. This, basically no place in light volume at 11 o'clock in the afternoon is getting to be, isn't the, not exactly the opportune zone. Kind of amateur hour-ish. And trade on both sides of the POC, that's... Somebody could make a case for migrating POC, but at some point, a migrating POC turns into a diddle in the middle, and that's something I'm pretty prone or pretty adverse against, about. So, stand here and watch it. As a matter of fact, at this point, with all this kind of action around the POC, I would be a little bit hard-pressed to put an order on before the IB. Because remember the definition of the POC, it's the price at which the most contracts have traded. That's the place people figures the most fair. Retail, whatever. So let's watch it. And our system over here is just yucking it up. Here we go now. It's going to do a big pop for some reason because that's what they do. I would have had to have a resting order there to catch that, frankly. And at some point, they're going to come around that rotation and get even above the IB, I suppose.
Order submitted.
Try that.
Order submitted.
Tired of thinking about this. Oh, I didn't put the trade 2 stop in there, son of a bitch. Trade 2, T2, or T1. Scale. Do we get scale yet? Oh, not yet, but pretty close. ALE. This BS around the POC is just irritating. No news, nobody. We need a Trump dump. Come on. Show us who's boss. Tariff the hell out of somebody. Declare war on North Dakota. Do something. That's not the something I had in mind. This trade didn't qualify for my range requirement, which used to be a hard code in my trade plan. Isn't it funny they can't get below that one notch right there? There we go. Okay. Now let's see what happens. And the system is still plugging along over here, right? And it's still just merely trading. I'm gonna go grab some water and somebody get me rich here.
the IB low is taken. Hey, 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 the IB low is taken.
Well, I thought I told you guys to give me rich while I was gone. What's the deal here? Well, now I have to think about that. Now I got to think about all these other things over again here. Now, of course, I'm going to do the same freaking thing here. I'm going to come down just above the 43s. Yeah, see what happens.
Order submitted.
Okay, what happened here? Okay, the scale, I mean the the trade, the system trade got to 30 ticks, trailed up and got hit at 24. So there's that. Now, that would have been the case right here and then back to here. Man, you know, maybe I'm going to get scratched again. I can change the system that's that's being followed here in real time. But you see what happened. There's our entry. Doodle-doodle-doo. There's a scale. And then this, all this. And it came up here to 30 ticks. And per the plan, 30 tick. When the price got to 30 ticks, it scaled up. It trailed up to 24 ticks. Price came right back to 24 ticks. And now who's going to say, had I not done that trail and scale, we'd still be in the trade and looking for lower ground. So if we get to T2, that would be double what we realized on this trade. And I could change that. I guess. I think. Let's see. Okay, 48 ticks. So let's just make this 60. 60, and this is going to be 2, and this is 2, and this is 0, and that is save, boom. It's probably going to alter this. Actually, that'll be interesting to watch. See if that happens, eh? Modify the rule, okay, and save the rule. What happens over here? Look here. So it's, by modifying that rule, it still thinks we're in this trade long now. Oh, that's pretty weird, isn't it? So that's in no way reality. Well, it is, but talk about do-overs, man. That's I'm going to have to think about that one a little bit. And who cares? This is just testing the system is working. So yeah, okay. I think we've recognized that not trailing that up might be a good idea, I guess. And if you want to, later when I talk about backtesting and all that, I'll show you the 40 or 50 back tests that I've run on various what ifs here. Come on, man. Show everybody who's boss. Get down there and do that. What's the matter with you guys? We may get no place here, and that may well be the best trade. That 24 beauty may be the best deal. You never know. Something that Bookmap can do, which I have not set up, obviously, and I'm, this is live. This is real money live account, AMP, futures, my money. So I don't need that, I guess, anymore, do I? And I don't need the Candly guys anymore. So you can set with Execution Pro and have it trail based on something, and it will be an active trailing stop. This is stupidity here. It's just, and it may be just what happens all day. They may just rotate around. I think they're going to look lower. What is our context here? Remember? Well, where's Blue Boy? There you go. Okay, what's the context? What would you imagine is going on? And it's going to go, if context is lower till it's not. That's kind of how it works, huh?
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay. Thought I'd leave you guys for a minute, and what happens? Nobody crashes the market. What's the story here? Morning, Ron. So far, I'm 2 trades, scratch, and this is, doing what this is doing. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry about that. Jesus, guys. Ba-doop-a-doop-boo. Come on, show everybody who's boss. Kick that bottom out of that bucket and let's get going. What's the matter with you? There you go. That's it. We're cooking. Let's take this POC. You know you're going to do it. Now I have a real problem. If it comes to my previous target and then comes back in my face, I'm going to be one maximally pissed off amigo here. I think we'll get one more push down, but I need to think about the discretion of trailing up to T2. Let's see if we can get one more push to that POC. This V bottom crap, I don't like these V bottom reversals here. This is what Rod and those guys trade frequently, long as a reversal. And this is where I'll be extremely pissed if I miss that, Got greedy for a couple of points and didn't take my T2. If it breaks down again, I'm trailing up. You can bet on that. Be kind of hard pressed to believe they don't come after that POC, but you never know. I don't ever know anyway. And there's all kind of discretionary trade management things to think about here. First of all, was I a doofus and didn't trail immediately to my T2 target when we got it down here? Do I trail up to the swing low or the swing high to lock in that much? These V reversal things, I don't like these things at all, frankly. That's not a good thing in my opinion. We'll see what happens here. I'm about ready to just take it off if it gets back to here, to be honest with you. I really hate that. Gotta hate that. That's really irritating to me when I do that to myself. And I should be aware of this V bottom bullshit because Rod, those guys trade these long a lot as reversals. God damn it. Janet. Well, I got to think about this in terms of what am I going to do here now. Well, that's irritating. Really irritating. The system's out at 48 ticks. It's clever and doesn't try to maximize profits. The system traded in is out at 48 ticks. I mean, 60 ticks. God, that's irritating. I really don't know what to think about it at this point. I don't want to, I'm having I want to be sure I'm not doing a monkey boy moment of, revenge, FOMO, whatever. Pretty damn disappointing, though, that's for frickin' sure. The worst is if it comes back in your face, which I'm not going to let it do. I'm going to at least take T1. Wow, that's disappointing. Really a poor example of trade management, I think. 11 o'clock. They still didn't take this POC, which is pretty surprising to me. But I guess the higher time frame doesn't want it at this point. I'm about half tempted to just let it ride here. Trying to think about it rationally and get the adrenaline out of my brain and all that stuff. Get monkey boy, put monkey boy out in the backyard. Gosh darn. Disappointing. So far, I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. I mean, during the longest period of time I've been vetting these trades and I never touch anything, so that would have been a T1, T2, that would have been both targets. I'm trying to do the old, let your winners run and all that crap. And I'm not sure that that's being very, very friendly for me. It doesn't seem like. Yeah. The last few times I've tried that, it hasn't worked out very well. And if they dump it off, it didn't take long to get from here to here a minute ago. And that's the thing about trading, you never know. We've got some liquid. We've got a pile of liquidity down here at 45s. However much, I don't know. Got a ways to go before we would get a VPOC migration shift again. I don't think that's probably a pertinent thing to worry about. Developing value area low. We need the NASDAQ to fall out of bed here, I think. That'd be pretty cool. This is a real dilemma for me. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the day turns out with this POC and this MCVPOC taken out. We're just ahead of 43s there now. But I certainly am disappointed that I tried that maneuver. Well, here we go. Let's go down here now. NQ falling out of bed, or what's happening? What I will do now is, if we get past this, I'm scaling to it. I'm trailing to it. If we get past that, or maybe even up to developing value area low. I don't know. I don't know what to think. That's the problem. When discretion enters into the thing, then there's my mind goes just auto stupid, right? It goes on a million what ifs. A million what ifs come into play there. I'm thinking about trailing it over these swing highs. Is it going to bust down now? Who knows? The second you trail up and it tags you out, then it breaks lower, right? The round numbers they're having a hard time with that round number. I think I'm going to scale it to this swing high at 75 because I don't want to have it come back on me any further. If it goes down through there with any kind of conviction, I'm trailing it up. And it's not doing any of those things very well right now.
Order submitted.
Now we'll see what happens. Probably get taken out, and then it'll go on. Let's see, what is that? Trail stop. If they can break under that developing value area low, they'll get some ground. I think they can get some traction to the bottom side. And I realize I'm wussing out here, but I made a mistake of being discretionary back when I moved that stop or moved my T2. Okay, there we go. What did we get? 44 ticks is all. So we're 16 ticks off the T2 target, which I gave back 16 ticks right here. That was a bad maneuver, but it is what it is. Oh my. So if I'd have just traded it as the system traded it, I would be in the same boat as the system, which is 60 ticks instead of 44. That's how. And now watch. It'll go on down and take out the POC and all that stuff, I guess. I don't know what to do. I hate it when I get myself in a position like that. I don't know. The only thing I hate worse than having it come back on a stop like that, trail like that, is to come back in your face. That's about the most disgusting. It just seems ultimately stupid to give back all of the profit to there or to say break even. I don't know. And it's probably going to fall right straight off and come down and take out everybody in this POC, just as I had imagined it would. And here we go. Disappointing, but hey, there you are. There you have it. What are you going to do? Who are you going to call? I'm going to take my screen snaps here with everything involved for the journal post, which is over in static, and just my permanent records. Yeah, I'll tell you. Disappointing. What do you bet when we get to the MCVPOC where that target had been down below the previous low or the RTH low? I'm thinking that that'll happen before 12 o'clock. That's my prediction. Let's see. Yeah, clearly I didn't manage that one very well, or my emotions very well at that point. But I tell you, I was getting a adrenaline buildup there where I was going to be really, I felt it better to just take it off and put it there and there you go. And I'm okay with that. I don't know whether I would consider that an error or not. Maybe. I'll have to think about it. And of course, hindsight. Oh, well, I should have brought. Well, hindsight, I should have taken it here. Hindsight, I should have scaled. Trailed to here. I should have trailed to wherever. You know what I mean? When it falls out of bed and goes off the cliff, then I'm gonna have 1,000 what ifs. And woulda, shoulda, couldas. Why did I suddenly just give in right here? What's different than any of these places, Your mind starts working, my mind starts working, and adrenaline, and I'm trying to keep hold of Monkey Boy, and it's clear thought. I mean, so much easier for me to have clear thought once I'm scaled, and I was never going to lose any money on the trade because it was scaled right there. Risk neutral. All of this was risk neutral. I'm trying to manage the trade. The next step in my discretionary thing is to try to manage this. And here we come back to T2 again. And more. Had I gone to the kitchen, and not done this, and now I'd be thinking, oh, here we go. I'd be all fat and happy. It's incredible. Timing is everything. I don't know how to think about that. That's why I like just putting them on and not touching them, frankly. So I blew that one out. I guess I blew it out my ass. I don't know. I mean, I got 44 ticks instead of 65 or 70 here so far. going to be double pretty quick. That's the difference between 7 figures and barely getting there and barely getting by, I guess. I don't know. Don't know what else to say. But there it is, live and direct for all the world to see. And then, of course, the system, without any intervention from Monkey Boy, and there's 12 and 48 is 60 ticks, and there are two little drawdowns, and there you go. And we're going to get that second target out we're going to get that POC by noon, absolutely, I think. Here's the new RTH low. Isn't that incredible? How many minutes was that? Let's see. 17. There it is. There's the POC. 17, 19. So 2 minutes. Had I waited 2 minutes, this is where we'd be. Right there. And wow. God damn. I don't know what to think. Actually, I don't know what to say or think. I have to think about this tonight when I'm clear and, drug free, adrenaline free. I guess adrenaline and dopamine are drugs, right? But there's exactly the target, and there are those stops that I was looking for down there below the POC, and there we are. What a real shame. Disappointing, very disappointed. Trying to stand here thinking about what I could have done to manage this. This will be a real interesting review of the stream. Completely clear-minded and hear what I was thinking as I was watching this. Gave in to, I guess, fear of blowing back. I don't know, but worked out the way I had anticipated. So, I guess there's something for that. And it's, 44 ticks, I guess, is better than a sharp stick in the eye, but still, it could have been 80 or 75 anyway, 80 probably. So there you go. Disappointing. 43, 58. So 15 points. Yeah, well. Okay. Onward and upward. Next one. I'm going to be real apprehensive about any more trades today. First of all, I will be pretty surprised if something materializes and I get a signal. Also, this volume is just. I'm not blaming my poor performance here on the volume, but it is pretty. Let's just look. Well, yeah. We're up to 50. We've come up from 40 something to 51% volume. So we're at half the volume that we normally trade this time of day. And we came off of 50 cents and we're up to 2 ticks or 2 points now on the ATR. Those are not good. That's not a good trading environment. Anyway, that's one trade out of thousands. But I really need to stop, review this, think about it. Any suggestions in the chat? Throw them over there. How to deal with it? How to deal with that? I just have a real, it seems really stupid to me once you're significantly into the money, profitability, whatever, however you want to look at it, to let the market come back in your face completely. So that means, you know, sitting here like a bird on a wire till you come up to hit do you bring it down to T1? Then if that happens frequently, you're only looking at a 1-to-1 relation, you're 1-to-1 risk reward. Down here, which is essentially where I got it, is about a 2-to-1. I don't know. Any thoughts, boys? Cough them up. I'm going to go rummage around and see if I can find a bottle of something. Well, I never even thought about the music this morning. Sorry about that. If you listened to it. I guess it's a good problem to have, to be frustrated about taking 40 ticks, but, you know, it does irritate me. That's for sure. Especially when I was substantially in a different position there. And I think it's just a matter of poor management, poor trade management on my part. Poor trade management on my part, just wussing out, boy. wussing out. Is there any question in your mind what the context is today? I hope not. Very definitely, I would definitely never consider manually putting on a long today. If the system throws it along, well then I'm going to have to go along with it, but fortunately not the case. Damn. Damn, Sam. And this thing is irritating as all hell. I guess I could fix those signal markers. I don't know what in the hell I did, but this ain't a whole lot of good, that's for sure. Got a couple of signals going on there though, don't we? I'll have to think about that before I change it. The problem is it's looking for these V pound variables and they never changed. So something's not right in Denmark. I don't understand that either, to be honest with you. Oh well. Onward and upward. I'm gonna go take a nap because I'm gonna be so pissed watching this thing continue to go lower. Man, 2 minutes. Had I just held my ground for 2 minutes, I would have been targeted out and then some and much more satisfied about my performance. But, you know, if I'd have been born 6'5", I'd probably be playing basketball, but guess what? Or whatever. So we got out that target that I had recognized. So that, you know, not that this is any kind of a, oh boy, I'm right thing, or it does make me feel better when I find that my thinking is kind of in alignment with what's going on. Not that I'm trying to predict anything, but, you know, my general thoughts are right, except right here. Jesus, I want to take that back. Can we do it? Can we have a do-over, a mulligan here or something? What a pain in the ass. Okay. 11:39. What's going on elsewhere here? What's going on else? Well, his Trumpness going to be participates in roundtable. Roundtable with who? What? Yeah, the bond auctions, bill, you know, month, 3 month, and the T-bills. I have no idea what round table Trump is participating in at 1 o'clock or 1300, but something. Okay. That is just, if you stop and notice this damn near double, right? That little lapse of control, I guess you could call it, or willpower, or whatever it is, cost me about double. And it's not a crisis. It's, you know, there's nothing wrong with 44 ticks. It's just irritating. Gotta take one step ahead of the other one, not one step forward and one step back. Which I'm not doing, but still, you know, it's like, God, you know. Pretty darn disappointing. Oh, let's see what's happened over here now. This is my back testing. Yeah, okay, good for you. My back testing and trading stuff and everything. This is the what ifs. These are all the back tests I've done in the recent while. And the stats, you know, as many stats as you want. If you want to back test something, let me know, and I'm happy to help out if I can do it. And you're welcome to any of this stuff you want. Take a screen snap or whatever. This is a sizing thing I do every day, so let's do this. What the hell day is this? First of all, this is 8th. Yeah, well. What am I doing? 08. Oh yeah, that's right. It does do the date that way. Oh shit. I do day, month, year, and I keep forgetting that. Google Sheets doesn't want to know about that. There we go. MES. Yeah. IBC. Yeah, exactly. That seems to be my go-to trade lately. PL and ticks. 44. Oh boy. What do we have? 24, 2, 12, 48. So, there you go. This is net ticks after commissions. I need 117 ticks to size up. Planned risk to reward is 2.5. I ended up with 1.83. My risk percent is 57. My R multiple is 1.83. There you go. Pretty not swimmingly wonderful. You know, and it reminds me of an old saying where I grew up. This guy'd bitch if he was hung with a new rope. You know, that's kind of what I am. And I don't mean to sound like I'm belly aching about taking 44 ticks, but I'm sure that you guys realize why I'm disappointed about that, or irritated, or whatever else. I had a lapse of my control, or my self-control, or my discipline, or whatever. And it cost me a bunch of ticks. Well, what did it cost me? Let's just check it out. 50, okay, to 43. It cost me 7 points times 4. I think that's 28 ticks, if I'm not mistaken. So it cost me 28 ticks. So this would have been 28, 72, 62. Yeah, this would have been 72 ticks instead of 44. In case you don't know, or I haven't talked about, or whatever, anybody cares. This thing here. I hope I had it on the right screen. So there's today's trade. I got to put in the other one of the scratch. Football. Sorry about that. Put that in there now. Tick 0. Yeah. Okay. And I'll do this one also. So 1, 2, 8, 25. MES. BC. 44, right? Yeah, there we go, 2. You just keep it exactly accurate as I can. Okay. So there you go. This says I need 2 more trades to go to what this is this is a tool to calculate scale up, size up. In this case, it's based on a 2-lot risk neutral package in micro and in mini. So this calculates my premise is that I will trade the minis until my P&L and target in ticks is 1.33 times, 1 1/3 times the stop in a mini. And then I'll scale up to and trade minis. When it changes, I'll go back the other way. That's the only way I know how to do it systematically. Yeah, man, so disappointing. Now I'm not going to get any new trades today. Here. Add 1. Add 2. Pretty damn good entry here, I got to say that, for just, I've got to refine that too, and I don't know what to do about it. This entry sucked. This entry was a tad bit late, and that's what got me stopped. Otherwise, I would have been in this trade and not stopped out, mind you. Okay. Re-entered because we got another signal and got that one pretty good. And then fumbled the ball on the end run down there. I think I have swing. Oh man, I type this stuff and then forget to hit the goddamn. Forget to hit the thing. 11:18. Let's say 11:18. 11:18. 11:17. 10:49. So that's 27 minutes. I keep screwing up these chapters. I type them out and then forget to hit enter. I'll tell you, this puts you on your back. Gets me all discombobulated here.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay.
Is taken.
Dealing with static over there. I always have it on the wrong window. Sorry about that. Not that it's anybody cares, but interesting crowd. And of course, it's going to trade up back up here, and if it rips up the other way, I'm going to consider myself a genius, of course. But no, not really. What happened over here? Oh, every time I do something I don't mean to do, typing wise, this thing gets, this thing goes all crazy on me. There we go. When I hit the wrong key, I got 3 keyboards and some mice and a couple of different computers here. So when I get on the wrong one, try to type on one of the upper screens with one keyboard and I on this trading keyboard, and it changes the book map all around and upside down, and who the hell knows what. Who knows what? Ooh, look at this thing go. Oh God, is that a signal? Probably. Let's see. I didn't even think about it. It's not going to be one. Yeah, it's a signal. Sure as the damn world. Let me just get over here now and get my head out of my butt. No be damn. Look at there. Okay. Candlestick. Come on, you son of a. Okay, so here is. Where is it? Here's the signal. Right, now it's the pullback zone. If it closes up here and comes down to a trigger, which it already did both of those things. I'm so far behind the curve, I don't know whether I'm foot or horseback here. The computer hasn't taken a trade. Let me get over here to something. So, okay, lower than the close, lower than the close, past the IB, there's A. I think that ought to be a B right there. Close in the trigger zone, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And then this would have been, where's the next candle gone? I guess here is the trigger. I don't know. Nothing's happening on the signals, and and I'm totally confused. I will tell you one thing absolutely at this moment in time. I would not be comfortable at all taking a long. I don't know how to deal with that. That's another thing I need to deal with besides the yeah, and here we go with that. And here's another one now to the other side. This will be another IB signal to the other side. If assuming this closes below. If it doesn't, well then it isn't. No, it did not. If that closes below it, then it's an IB, I guess. I'm getting all mixed up here now. Oh, yeah, it took a trigger. It took a something. What did it take? It took a long there. The system took a long here. And I'm afraid to say I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. It's the first time I've not automatically taken a signal, but I want to be sure I'm doing. But I want to be sure I'm doing. I didn't break something last night more than I think, and that I am, or this weekend, and that I'm on the right side of the fence here. You know, I don't want to take a stop, frankly. Which is not part of the rules at all, but I am pretty apprehensive about what's going on over here with all that mess I made. which I'll try to straighten all out tonight. So if I have got this figured out right, these are all closing candles. There's the IB statistic. If we get down here, we get a pullback zone. If we trade up to the trigger zone, that's a short. As I read this system here. How this how the system is not working, is not doing that, is not replicating that on the over here. I don't know. And if I don't know, I don't think it's a good idea to do something. This is real money, by the way, you know. It's not just, oh, I think this is fun, let's try that. Not much money, it's micros, of course, but, you know, it matters. It's the principle of the thing, and it is, obviously, you can scale up all you want at any point. So let me see how that could possibly have been. Well, there is an IB up. There would have been the IB, the B signal, and I guess this is the long, the trigger. Then why in the world isn't it risk neutral scaled up here? I'm gonna have to look at the times on all of this. 1202 is the candle. How's that? $12.02 is what it's calling the right. This candle is what it's calling the trigger long. Okay. Because 1202, this starts at 1202.01, it ends at 1202.01. This one trades through 1202, I think is how that, I got to figure out that too. Sorry about that. Sorry for thinking out loud here, but I don't want to be in something that isn't correct. I don't want to not take trades that are signaled. But on the other hand, after I screwed up those signal markers, thinking I was improving stuff. I cut it off twice and it's still too short. I don't get it. What is this thing here? Okay, that's a B. All right. So I think I will stand down until I have myself figured out here, until I understand what's going on. There's the trade so far. Scratch. Muff the profit target, the T2, but you know, still was able to glean something out of it. And what we've got going on over here now is a mystery to me. Let's see. There's 1 minute. And let's get up here so we got some range on this bad boy. There's 50 cents. So there's a 2 ticks, right? Notice we got the high-low close down here on the bottom when I highlight over one of these candles. So there's a high-low close. And that, you know, the long signal, look what's going on over here. There's T1. It's now risk neutral. Right there. Go figure. I would not take that trade. I wouldn't do that in this environment, in this context. That seems to me to be completely counter trend, counter context, and that's a problem for me. Fortunately, I didn't notice any of that, and I'm not going to chase after it, but yeah, there we are. There you go. Ho, ho, there you go. I guess the long was down here somewhere. Well, let's see, 12 and change, noon 30. I was never fond of trading the lunch hour. And I realize it's not the lunch hour in New York and, you know, all that stuff, but, and I realize that there's no more pit and all those kind of things, but I was never fond of that. Always seemed like A, it kind of reversed, and always seemed like B, it usually got more volatile, I thought. So we'll see what the system ends up with over here on Bookmap or whatever this thing's called, RT. And I'm trying to think about how I'm going to fix all these signals. Watch this. Oops. No. I only changed the A, so that's, you know, fortunate. But what I did was change the signal up here, not the statistic, but the signal, right? So there's the signal. I changed it from the code, which it usually works on, to using these VPound numbers. And I guess you can probably figure out that didn't work very good. Because I was trying to get some sort of way to see exactly what was happening here. The next step was to have the system trade live. Because I did all of that over here with all these signals, which is signal action. That's what all these are doing. These would be sending actual trade signals to the broker. And now I'm thinking about showering a nap. That wore me out. That wore me out. All that adrenaline. I used up all that adrenaline. Now what have we got going on? Now we got the potential of another one here. This would be, if this closes below here, and it did close below here. Let's do something here. Let's get rid of last price. It did not close below the IB. Look at there. Boy, it'll close right on it. This would be an IB, another IB signal. Jeez. Well, let's see. What is the IB? It's 58. And what is this candle? Low or close, I mean? Close is 68.58. Yeah, close right on the mother. So, okay. Sorry for having to zoom around like that, but I can't see a different way to make this thing work so that I can tell what's really going on signal-wise. Because of the fact that they're open, the close, and those things are important to the signals as I've written them. And this last line doesn't tell you anything. It came down here, that's the low, absolutely. But where did it close? Well, it closed right there. How do you know that? Yeah, this is a mess. I think. I mean, here's an A. This would be an A. This would be an A. No B up here yet. Thank goodness. But this is an A. I think that would have been a B. And a trigger. And I think that's what the system did, actually. Yeah, it is. The system entered on a 2 line, on bar 2 minutes. And so it's long, and it's doing this. Good luck. All the best. several of the people, well, I don't know, several, one or two of the fellers over in Static have taken them, or they're not trading this month. They're watching and stuff, but just I'm standing by. Thanks a lot. I don't think I had it on the right screen. Sorry about that. What I was saying was this qualified as an IB stat. This very definitely qualified as an IB stat. Pullback zone. And the trigger is right around here someplace, right there. And it's long, and the system is sitting there. So let's see. I don't know. I'm not going to do anything. I am officially going to watch this and be happy with my little 44 ticks at this point. I'm still disappointed in myself for only being sitting there instead of 75 or whatever it was. And now I'm going to go start organizing stuff for my daughter. This is finals week in her college. She's going in a little bit early, but it's after 1500, so no problem for us. No problem for us.
low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, yeah. Pretty glad I'm not long, huh? Something's wrong. There we go. Okay, yeah. Scratched, all right. I was going to go, wait a minute there. So was there an IB short that I missed and I'm so disappointed? Let's check. First off, let's turn off this damn thing so I can see what's going on. Well, just quickly, there's one. There's an IB statistic. Boom, boom. There's the. No, there isn't one. There's no trigger. Okay. Just looking. Just checking. Funny because I never use candlesticks anywhere, but that's all there is here. That's all there is in Bookmap that I can see. And look at her go. 80 bar the door. Huh? Now, obviously, looking at that in hindsight, you're thinking, oh, well, yeah, of course I knew that. That's called rearview mirror trading. Not very good. I try to stay away from that. What is context? I'll bet you it's going to be surprising, isn't it? No, maybe not. Here we are. Here we're coming back down to the lows. Wouldn't it have been lovely to get short right here? Yep, absolutely. But here's what the system figured out. There's 48, there's 60 ticks. And here's a scratch. And there we are. Falling pretty hard here, huh? Here's that mid VWAP VPOC thing that happens. I mean, this is a setup that Tom talks about, some of the guys. No, I don't have any vetted thing about it, but, you know. And of course, it's crystal clear right in here, right now, and then 1,000 times a day when that doesn't mean anything, but right there, right now, it does. Well, boy, I hope somebody's short. I was just going to say, holy Christ, I still would have been long. No, I would have been had I not touched anything, I would have scratched right there. And wouldn't that have pissed me off? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then on it goes, right? So I'm not too upset about where I ended up here today. Look at her go. So much for Santa Claus, huh? Trying to get my head around the timing here I gotta do today. Soccer dad stuff. She's gonna go in an hour earlier than normal. That's still fine for the stream, but I got to be stepping and fetching after 1500. So if you've got a vetted, I mean, a viable setup, which is talked about frequently in TLab and Static and other people, is the mid, the mid reversal, mid flip. If you're going to vet something, that might be something to look at. I got to come up with the next idea here, the next strategy to vet with this parameter. So, once again, if you've got any brilliant suggestions or any suggestions at all, throw them in the chat. And I obviously need to work on the trade management stuff. Here. I'll do that with the, try to do that with the statistics and the vetting, the backtesting. Since I can do the what ifs real fast. And be looking at over 1,000 trades in, 400 or close to 500 days. So it's statistically significant. Let's put it that way. Anyway. Okay. I'm going to step away here, I think. Leave it on bookmap. Here's IRT. Pretty lovely downtrend, isn't it? Pull back, pull back, pull back, pull. I mean, if you just sold every one of these, you're a happy person. Or if you just sold the first one and then, got out of the damn way, you'd be all right. Assuming you have a vetted signal up for that, a vetted trade for that. I'm not sure what rules Agent Orange has got up his sleeve here, but it's not until 1300, so. So we'll see. Boy, oh boy, I hope somebody's short. Look at that bad boy go. Oh boy, Donnie Ray. Oh, Donnie Ray's taking the microphone in 30 seconds. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm stepping back and thank you very much. Well, boy, they just keep rubbing my nose in the fact that I could have kept milking that low, that target. Not really. Obviously, that would have been a real disappointing turn of events right there. But if there were a signal here, this is the low, the short from hell. Obviously, it's rear view mirror. Who can't do that? I'm sure anybody in your immediate family or your child can do the rearview mirror thing. That's seems to be what a lot of guys lean on. Well, well. Oh, so now he's kicked it out from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, 1400. It was at 1, remember? $12 billion farm aid package. Don't know what to think about that. I don't know whether it's really. Oh, now it's 1:30. I guess they don't know either, huh? Well, that's pretty cool. At least they're keeping up with it. Yeah, coming. Boss is calling. Be right back. Okay. Well, here we go. And now, just let me point something out in case you noticed this ever here. This indicator right here, which draws the trade as it's put on by the trading system over here on a chart, was built by Chad Payne long ago and only designed for one target. So you notice that the total here is plus 48 ticks, because that's what this final target, this one contract, got. It doesn't add in the other 12 ticks over here. So this trade, anytime you see plus 48, it means it's plus 60. The same way here, when it says minus 12 ticks, that's because the second contract went to stop, but the first contract was a T1, so it's a scratch. And I'll tell you something I never thought about until right now, but I will just test it out this weekend. I don't know what happens if you trade more than one contract, or in this case, more than two. For example, I trade 2 T1, and trade 4, take 2 off at T1 and 2 off at T2. Does it multiply 48 times 2 times the number of contracts? I don't know that. But I'll tell you, I've asked Bill Lind and Eddie once or twice about how to edit this myself, or could it get edited, and I never get any feedback. So I know what I'm concerned with seeing is this. The plot, that the T1 is firing where it's supposed to be, the T2 is firing where it's supposed to be, that the stop is being thrown in there, and I just overlooked the math down here. But if you notice that, you're going, hey, dummy, that's not 60 points. And what I will show you here is the actual setup of see that into how it flashes? Okay. This is the actual indicator. There's the profit band. There's now I can put different V-pounds in here. For example, if I want to put the stop or T1, T2, it'll show the profit targets for both of those things. But you can only do that, and it doesn't add them together. Maybe there's more to this than I know about, but I'm fairly handy with this thing, and I don't know. So there you go. I'm pleased with the fact that it, takes off T1, takes off T2, etc. So that's good enough for me. Good enough for the girls I go with. By golly. There could be a simple way for me to go in there and edit that myself, but I'm kind of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy, and I'm trying to my focus is on the backtesting and getting the system right. My goal here is to be consistently profitable and self-supporting, right? And whether this little thing down here adds up a what if trade or not, I don't much care. That's the least of my worries. in the grand scheme of things. Well, I hope if you've got some trades vetted of your own setup that you're having a great day, and I hope you're playing them short, because I think that's pretty obvious. And if you've got a setup and a set of rules that works good and you want to share it and throw it in the chat, that'd be great. I'm all ears, man. I share everything I've got up here about as transparently as humanly possible, I think. And I see a lot of views up there. So, thanks for stopping by. Smack a thumbs up and a sub and drop something in the chat. And, every trading day starting at 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market through 1500 to cash close. Been sort of averaging 2-3 trades a day, depending on getting a signal or not. If I don't get a signal, I don't take them. It's obviously obvious. If I don't get a valid setup and entry, then boom, I don't do it. I refer to that as a signal, just for I don't know why. Simple, I guess. I hope you are getting something positive out of this. If nothing else, understand about Monkey Boy and what you can do about that, from my opinion, my approach. And discipline, you know, if you don't have a signal, you don't take a trade. This is money. This is not a video game or gambling, and if it is one of those things for you and you're just off, you know, you get off on an adrenaline rush or dopamine fix because of all the flashing lights, good for you. Knock yourself out. I mean, really, it's up to you. Obviously, there's a lot of people that enjoy that. That's why there are Las Vegases of the world. Gazillions of slot machines and whatever else. That whole slot machine idea and the twirling, you know, the twirling wheels and the flashing lights and all that was all based on a psychological study. What would trigger the most dopamine and adrenaline to humans? And those are the things they came up with. Oh. One of these things had a strike, I thought. Well, what are we doing now? Now it's still at 3:30 now. So I mean 13:30. So. Well, my wife cooks up the most, always coming up with something. That was an avocado, spinach, something or another smoothie. Pretty good. Pretty good. I wonder why in the hell this thing isn't updating the VPOC variables. That's so weird. I must be missing some key part of the puzzle. Nah, that's for sure. Excuse me. Well, it's 125. Mm. 125, look alive. What is this anyway? So that's 81. Okay, let's get over here and see what the hell 81 is all about. If I'm not mistaken. IBC short. IB high continuation. Maybe that's the problem. 80. Okay. What's a short? 81. No. Wait a minute. What? So maybe that's not wrong. Actually, because there has not been a statistic. There has not been an 81 or be any of these up here. They're all off the IB high. Well, maybe, you never know, I guess. Leave it on there for now. Do I see any of those up here? Let's see some there. Only on the low. And only the A. I got that screwed up last night. Huh. On the signal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to readdress all this later. I think I got tired yesterday afternoon and got my wires crossed. Let me see that again. I'm trying to have some productive exchange here. Yeah, that's totally, it's totally screwed up. I think. Is that wrong? Did I do that wrong? Oh, that is right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll have to figure it all out at some point in time. Not now. Never make changes to your trade plan during the live session. Think about that. You know, it's like jumping out of a plane with a parachute and thinking you're going to be able to figure out what to do with it on the way down. I mean, that's stupid. in my opinion. Always, all of this homework, your vetting process, all of that stuff needs to be done during your study period, homework, off, whatever you want to call it, whatever you call the majority of your work. I believe, at least in my world, the majority of my trading work is away from the live market. I spend a lot more hours, or at least as many hours, doing that as I do standing here narrating and watching this market trade. What my understanding of or at least my belief of what I should be doing today, every morning after the pre-market, which is 8 to 8:30, then my job is to be following my plan, taking the trades, eating my own dog food, taking every time a setup or a signal presents itself, take it and rely on the law of large numbers based on my expectancy, just like every successful trader that you can find out about, and the gaming industry from the point of view of the casino. Now, I figure if it's good enough for all those guys, good enough for me. Okay. Well, so I didn't have all the signals coded up, but it is working. There's the A, continuation, the B. Now the problem is, yeah, whatever, I don't know. Well, here we go. The power hour. The final hour of the cash for the 8th of December. And I'm tired. I need a nap pretty bad. But let's go on with, let's get on with it here. Now, Trump is talking. Started it, well, it was scheduled for 1300 and then they moved it to 1400 and now I think it's back to 1330. Don't know. Oh, here we go. Here we are. Okay. They're going to provide $12 billion in aid to farmers. Okay. Well, wouldn't it have been something if they'd have just not thrown on the tariffs and then the farmers would have been selling the stuff as they had planned? Am I missing something there? I don't think so. But yeah, whatever it is, you know. Arguing with that logic is not gonna, I'm never gonna get anywhere with that. So, we see the markets, we see where we are. There should be no question in your mind about the context here, right? That brings us around to the backtesting. How do I go about that? Well, this is what I've been talking about all day, so I'm sure you're familiar with it. This has got the signals that are fired and produced by the trading system. In this case today, these are going to this chart live and being plotted as they do or do not occur. To backtest this, the way I actually vet a setup, first it may be important, I should have talked about trading as a business rather than a video game, but the idea is that you determine a pattern that reoccurs and specific criteria that validate an entry for that pattern. In my case, I'm using the initial balance high and low, the initial balance statistic. And then you code up what is required to execute specifically as per the rules that you have come up with, right? Determined to be valid, which is what I've done over here. These are the corresponding rules and levels for just a visual reference. And here are the rules. 15-second chart. So every 15 seconds, the computer validates each one of these rules. That's simple. To backtest then, you set it up this way. I don't think this is going to mess with anything, so let's see. I don't know how far back it goes. Let's just make it 488. I'm going to keep it within 24. I don't remember anyway. Now, what you would need to do if you did this manually is scroll back through each day and validate each candle if there's a signal or not, and then what's the result of that signal, and you capture all of that data. And you need to do that on a data set that's at least minimum of 100 trades to be statistically significant. I couldn't figure out how to do it manually at all that would work. So I went the backtest route using a backtest engine. And now Here's that back test. And don't forget, this is this is not the basic. This has a trailing stop after 30 ticks. So 483 days. Took 6 seconds. It evaluated 219,834 bars. So many long, so many short. Net profit. Hi, Panda. Number of winners, number of losers, average winner, average loser, percent profitability, win rate, which is a little bit deceptive over here because the win rate doesn't take into consideration the scratches. So there's only, there's 214 and 288. So there's essentially 600 trades here. There's 988 trades taken. So 300 trades are scratch. Well, that needs to be backed out, and then you can have I believe a more accurate win rate. Anyway, and there are 10 winners in a row consecutively, and there are 8 consecutive losers in a row. And if you want to get real into the weeds, as you should do, you can look at each trade over however many trades was it? 900 or something like that, 1,000, more than 1,000. 988 trades. You can go over all 900. All 988 trades. Each one from January 23rd, 24. The time, the outcome, the type of trade, exit type, and on you go. And you can do that for all 988 of them. Now you actually have a backtest that matters. And I want to make sure that I've got all those things closed. I want to close that one. I want to close this one. Now I should have all that backtest stuff out of the road. Quote page, window, trading system. Yep. Okay. So that's how I approach it. Then I have the data, and this is the way I think you should go about it. I analyze it over here. So every one of these is a setup with varying parameters about entry and trail, and all the metrics: win rate, expectancy, loss rate, average loser, average winner, risk reward ratio, R factor, profit factor, everything, including Sharp and Sortino and all the metrics you want to think about. Every one of those is a back test over 480 days or whatever it is. 1,015 trades, 1,132 trades. With these numbers, you can be confident then that you have an expectancy, and you can then, in the live market, you execute exactly whatever this is whenever it presents itself, and you can expect these numbers. That is backtesting, really, in my opinion. And I also do this, which is just my sizing thing, which I talked about later, but this is today's trades right there. There's the scratch, there's 44 ticks, there's exactly there's the win. There's how much win and how many winning trades is going to take to scale up from the micros to the minis. I explained all this already once. This is a systematic, mathematical approach to scaling, to sizing up from a micro to a mini. You determine what is going to be required for you to do that. In my case, these are based on risk neutral 2-lot package, both of them, 1 micro, 1 mini. I'm going to trade the micros until the net P&L is 1.33 times the value of a full stop on mini. That happens to be 319 micro ticks. And there you go. When that happens, I just will automatically start trading minis. That simple. But that's the only way I know to approach it, like a business, and in a systematic and orderly way, without just doing something stupid. So I'm not, I've talked about this pretty much all morning. So these are the two trades. These are the two trades today that the system took. I took 2, as you know. What I am doing here, because these are simulated within IRT, so that I don't be having IRT throw these trades at my live account. What I do, the split second that I see the qualifications for an entry, I manually enter over here. And you can, if you were around, you know that this one was a scratch, got T1, but it was a little bit late on the entry. And that cost me the scratch. Had I entered up here where the system did, the stop would have been above there. I wouldn't have been stopped. It would have been in the trade all the way to here. As it turns out, it stopped, and then I got another signal, took that here, and the rest is history. And I've talked about it plenty. So that's about what I've got to go over for backtesting at this point. I've got to figure out these signals and get the signals working back better. My goal here last night and over the weekend was to have the signals firing sequentially as they do in the system itself. And that obviously backfired big time. So back to the drawing board. At worst to worst, I'll go back to the way it was, but I would like to have it be the way the system itself works is it looks for the first signal, then the second signal, then the trigger. Once there's a first signal and a second signal, and there's no trigger yet, it doesn't throw any more. It doesn't look or qualify any more signal 1 or signal 2, A or B, because they've already been met. Then when there's a trigger, it enters the trade, and you get no other signals until both the entire position or the system is flat, and because it sets everything back to 0, and then you start over again. That's what I was trying to replicate. So yeah, there you have it. I'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour, and then the market on close imbalance. And then I've got to get stepping and fetching for Tam to school and whatever for her finals, starting her final. I appreciate you dropping by. I'm not monetized here in any way with the stream, so your likes and subs are super. Drop something in the chat. If you need anything, let me know. You want to share anything? That'd be great. The guys that are here, I really appreciate it. It's trading's a lonely business, especially if you are approaching it as I do, as a business of statistics and probabilities in a random market, a random environment, and I only take signals, and I only take vetted trades. So I may stand here all day, not have anything to do. So it's nice to be able to interact with people. Okay. I'm going to put it on, see what else is going on with the gals here. Make sure Tam's up and rolling. And then bottom of the hour, we'll do the recap, and adios, buckaroo. Extreme caution, we have random risk on duty here. Trump is in front of microphones and cameras. that can prove to be a pretty that can be dangerous. Perfectly what he should be doing, but I'd like to point out once again this 229 point drop, 229 times 4, if you want to use ticks, was the result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social. Period. No follow through, no backup. Turned out to be the reason he was mad. Turned out to be wrong. Not, hadn't really happened. And the reason what he threatened to do, of course, didn't happen. The market still took the ball and ran with it for 220 ticks. So if you were not covered, you didn't have full brackets in the market. And if you're trading a live account, make sure your brackets are server side. This could have ruined your whole day. So that's what I mean by random risk, when we don't know. And nothing, derogatory or political, it's just a fact. So there you go. There we go. And I'm going to be on the side until the bottom of the hour. Well, what do we got going on now? Still the round table, I suppose. Jesus Christ. I wonder how long it's going to take for people to figure out, or if they ever will. Maybe not. Tariff revenues. That's a tax on the American people. The American people are paying tax and going to give $12 billion to the farmers. Because the tariffs ruined the pre-arranged business and sale of the farm products. I find that such strange logic. But it seems to work on a lot of people. There seems to be a great number of people that think that's a thing, I guess. The thing to do. I don't know. It's so weird to me. I guess it's the same people that don't believe that tariffs are a tax being paid by the Americans. Maybe they still believe it's being paid by somebody else. I don't know. I got no idea. I just find it so weird that seems like such flawed logic. I don't understand. Really. And maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, somebody throw something in the chat. I mean, I understand tariffs pretty thoroughly, I think. There isn't an economist alive except maybe Bissett that doesn't agree that tariffs are paid by the country on the goods that are entering the country, not leaving. So and they're collected here, you know, paid by the importer, not the exporter. Seems pretty clear. But anyway, again, not a political commentary, but I just don't understand it from a financial point of view. It seems not to make sense. You know, 2 and 2 ought to add up to 4, I think, but maybe not. Maybe that's where I'm wrong. Maybe 2 and 2 is 6. I don't know. Somehow, with some special economics, you know, Trumponomics, I guess. I don't know. God. Really weird. Yeah. Got to figure that out. I think I'm on the right track. I just haven't quite got it figured out here. Well, okay, the final curve, the power hour. Last 30-minute bracket into the close for the cash. 2 trades today, manually traded, 1 scratch and 1 only to 44 ticks with a real disappointing trade management outcome right here. I need to really think about the trade management of... Now this is something I can't really backtest at this point, is moving the target to, moving the T2 to some more relevant place. Like I had brought it down here, which at that time was above the, just above this this micro composite VPOC. I can very definitely backtest, you know, the different trailing options, which I'm going to do, and whichever one is the optimal, that's what I'm going to put in the system over here, and then we'll see from there. I've already done that quite a bit. Right here you can see all of these, you know, 12 12. Oh no, wrong one, sorry about that. You know, here's a triggers at 24 and trails at 12. Triggers at 24, trails at 12, whatever. That's how I do them. So that's the way that's working. The day in review, we have the trade. It's been a major sell down, quite obviously, and just plain as a nose on anybody's face what kind of a context we had today. And essentially that's you could squint your eyes at the B shape, which is long liquidation, and that makes perfect sense. Here is our micro composite. There's today's open, and here we are now. What's going to happen into this? There's no particular, oh, well, let me not lie to you. Let's see what we have for news. Financialinvesting.com, free. Filter however you want. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Ooh, the JOLTS report at 9. Leading index at 9. I saw something somewhere that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has canceled putting out any reports for October, I think it was. Obviously the numbers were bad, so they're gonna just, that's gonna be their way forward apparently. Pretty freaking amazing. Here is the Wednesday. What's up for Wednesday? Crude, FOMC, statement, interest rate decision. Wait a minute. Yeah, sure as hell. That's this week. This is Fed week. Wow. This is going to be a huge day, Wednesday. This is going to be the world famous rate decision. If they don't cut the rate, poof, be short. That's all I can say. Go short and prosper, my child. I thought it was next week, so there you go. This is investing.com, and you can see how you can look out however far you need to. Yeah, this is going to be big on Wednesday. So they're in a hold for Wednesday. They're getting positioned for Wednesday. That's exactly what's going on now. Exactly what's going on today with trade. They're positioning for Wednesday. They're getting down here so they can either run it up to a new all-time high or they can dump it. And they're getting their inventory and they're getting their bullets all loaded up for Wednesday. Where are we? Still light on volume, extremely light on volume. We're only at 52% of average volume, and $1 or 1.75 points per ATR, 1 minute average, actual average true range. So tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, the pre-market, and set all the, we'll go through the statistics again and apply them for tomorrow. And analyze the pre-market as to what I would expect to be happening. Look at what has happened overnight with the ETH. And be all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready for the open. There's no question about what's happened today. And realizing now that this is Fed Wednesday, I suppose that that explains a lot. I was thinking it was next week. I don't know why. And something I saw, hold on. The Bureau of Labor Statistics will not publish the October PPI. Okay. That's interesting. All right, so we're going to now be in the hold until 1450 for the market on close imbalance, and I've got really nothing more to say other than I need to spend a lot of time. I need to sort out those signals again back on the trigger chart or on the backtest chart, so that it's, I can have them open and back to the way they were until I figure out what I was trying to do yesterday. And determined via backtesting this evening about the trade management with regard to the stop. And other than that, let's just stand by for the market on close imbalance. It's been a kind of a weird day for me, and I'm tired. I'll be honest about it. Well, if you're trading that VPOC migration, you've been having a pretty good day. I think I say this every day, but that's a well-known statistic and trade. And I have not been able to, of course, anybody that's not, a complete donut, how can you possibly miss this yellow brick road? You can't. But what are the qualifying parameters? That's the part I've never been able to sort out with any kind of consistency. Which I guess maybe I'll look at the next go around here to try to vet. They're all real simple. That's all real easy when you're looking in the rearview mirror, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Okay, and then down here and tested there, and we got short. It's down here, and got right there. Traded down here, and we got short, and down here. But here you go. Here's a perfect one. Oh, it's down, tested up to it, and now some of these aren't profitable at all, but at least they're scaled. And I don't know. Antonio and I have laughed about it before, and a lot of people swear by it, but I've asked point blank, what are your entry parameters? Or would you mind sharing your data that vetted that trade? And it's typically crickets at that point. So I don't know whether people just have heard Tom say it enough times that they think it's a real thing, and consequently they don't really vet the trades themselves. They just take his ideas and go, and it's perfectly fine if it works. I mean, believe me, I got a lot of work in this crap, and I'd just as soon have figured out an easier way to go. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, and which is the next statistic or strategy for me to vet. I do not know. So we got 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. I don't know. All right, 20 seconds. And let's get over to financial use, where this will show up in the squawk column over here pretty quick. In the meantime, we can watch what the reaction might be here in the market. And there we go. Not much. Not much. Nothing over here in financial juice yet. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, here's the market on closing balance. Buy side 536 million on the S&Ps. Buy side 782 million on the NASDAQ 100, and buy side across the board actually 101 million on the Dow and 436 on the Mag 7. There you have it. And who knows what? Oh, Trump ends remarks to reporters at the roundtable. Well, there you go. Amazing. He's done with them. That's pretty cool. That, came and went without a hitch. Good man. Good show, Bobo. Good show. All right, so there we have it. The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up. It's a zero-sum game. If you don't know that, you best figure it out. And that's why the futures market does what it does. If you think about it for a minute, we don't talk about shares or stocks or whatever else. We talk about contracts. It's a futures contract between a buyer and a seller. So for every buyer, there's a seller. For every over here, I guess, for every buy, there's a sell. Zero sum. There's never more buyers than sellers. Traded. Of course, there's more resting liquidity. There can be an imbalance in resting liquidity, absolutely. And the way price goes down, aggressive sellers cross the inside market and hit the bid. The way price goes up, aggressive buyers cross the inside market and lift the ask. But never, ever, once, ever, in the history of ever, are there more buyers than sellers in futures, because it's a contract between a buyer and a seller. So what does that say to us, and what does that say to you? You stop and think about it. Buy, 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 buy. Net. Okay, all this buying going on, someone was on the other side of every one of those trades selling it. Now, who would have the money to do that? Retail guys, or maybe some institutional people? And what will they do when they have enough inventory? They'll do this right here. And they'll take all that profit. The market goes down to go up, down to go up, up to go down. It's the nature of the game. That's how it works. It's a zero-sum game. I think it's just that simple. Obviously, it's not easy. Obviously, training's not fun, walk in the park. But really, it's a random market. Don't try to anticipate or think you can predict where it's going. You need to come to the peace with the fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Whether you like to hear that or not, it is. Market only goes up, only goes down, a tick at a time. Doesn't have any horizontal movement, we put that on there with time. So the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, up or down. It's a random market. There's millions of people interacting with this market and computers and machines and whatever else all day, every day. Do you think they're all going to get going the same way, the same time? It looks like it was pretty much of a consensus what was going on here, doesn't it? That's why I'm so conscious of context. I think it's so important. What else is throw out there? It's 55. Got 5 minutes. One thing I guess is important to say. The most critical tool that you have in your trading office, or whatever you want to call it, is sitting on your side of the monitor. You know? And that's not a joke. It's the truth. Think of all the money you spend and time on buying monitors and setting up desks and software this and trading, platforms that and indicators something else. Your eyes take all that data in and your mind processes it. And you, based on those two things, you make financial decisions that affect your life. Yet most traders pay little attention or take little care of those things, of those two items. You stare all day at charts, your eyes are short focus, eye muscles are in constant tension. Take a break every 2 or 3 days, every couple of hours. Get up and walk around, look down the street, get outside, get some fresh light, natural light. Rest those eyes, let them relax. Be sure that you're hydrated. Be sure you've had a good night's sleep. Be sure you're aware of Monkey Boy. Be sure you're not on tilt somehow. Otherwise, those things will negatively impact your performance as a trader. And this is a highly competitive, professional business that we're in, and very competitive. So those things are really important, and I think that that's what you ought to take as soon as this market closes here and the stream's done, get outside and go for a walk or whatever it is, but get away from the screens for a little bit and think about that. Every trading morning at 8 o'clock, tune in. Risk neutral trading, pre-market, setup, bookmap, IRT, review the overnight, figure out what looks like, anticipate what happened in the overnight trade, look at the news, and then, are here live and direct, fully transparent, fully accountable, trading live, real funded account, funded by me, nobody else. So 2 minutes to go, and I'm excited. I'm going to jump in a nap, and then I got to take Tamarama and do a whole bunch of stuff. So, yeah, it's been a great day. Kind of disappointed with my trade management, but hey, it is what it is. And these are 2 trades out of thousands. But I want to get this trade management thing sorted out. There's 2 discretion, I don't ever. When you vet a trade, you can make no changes to the setup. It's absolute. Otherwise, it's not statistically significant data. So, but after that's done and you know what your trade, your setup you have vetted, you can do what if discretionary things that could increase, not decrease, but increase the possibility of the outcome. In other words, you could never in a zillion years move your stop away from entry. But at some point you might decide to trail it up, bring it to break even, whatever. But you need to vet those things, those what ifs, because they sometimes intuitively they sound great, and you vet the thing and it was that, you might as well have gone out and kicked yourself in the butt. Useless. So be sure you think about that. Don't just go on your guts or hip pocket or whatever, seat of your pants. Don't do that. That's advice from the old guy. Have a great night. Most importantly, do something for yourself. Rest your eyes. Take care of your health. Do some exercises. Stay healthy. Stay sharp. That's the only way you're going to compete in this business and be successful, in my opinion. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the cash close. Have yourself a great evening. I hope you had a great trading day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.